Something like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillar. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is. And you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've even seen some people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this, and it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. Okay, folks, today we are here with a very interesting topic. Brian McKnight. What more do you want from me? Sounds extremely fitting once I dug into what's going on with his story. Brian McKnight, what more do you want from me? But before we go too far into this, I want to take a quick moment out to give credit what credit is due. First of all, shout out to everybody who comes on a regular basis and give me views. Shout out to all the folks who just happen to find me and give me views, because views are good. Okay, views are good. And we do want views around here. So I appreciate how the view count and just be running up. I appreciate that. But since you're coming here, shout out to all the people who hit the like button when they get here, okay? I appreciate you hitting the like button. Helps with the algorithm. Shout out to all the people who hype me up. Appreciate that big time. Appreciate big time. Helps with the algorithm. Shout out to everybody who leaves comments after the stream. Again, helps with the algorithm. Appreciate you big time. Appreciate you big time. Those are all ways to truly support the channel. And there are people who go above and beyond, who go to a whole new level. And I appreciate each and every one of those people who does that. And I celebrate those people. So shout out to the one and only, my main man, Trail Bentley. He is the sponsor of today's stream. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Hey, there would be no bigger sponsors than the sponsors that come straight from the audience, y'all. You know, it's great to have, quote unquote, big sponsors and all that type of stuff. But could you get something better than the audience that you actually have? Can you get a better sponsor? Of course you can. Of course you can. So shout out to each and every one of y'all. And today, we giving a special shout out to Trail Bentley as a sponsor of today's stream. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. And let me say what's up to a few people checking in, but y'all know how it goes. Over here at the Roger Report Live, there can only be one. Okay, there can only be one. So shout out to the Highlander of today's stream. My main man, Kevin 3904, is in the building. Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. Glad to have you in the house. Glad to have you in the house. My main man, Gold P, is in the building as well. Good to have you, brother. Shout out to Tunnel Runners in the building. What's going on, my brother? What's going on? We got Magna Voidson Dominus in the house. Glad to have you, brother. Glad to have you. We got the Righteous Teacher in the building. The shout out to Floyd Thompson. Yay, yay. Afro Merchant is in the house. What's good, my brother? What's good? Inspired True Broadcast is here. What's cracking? What's cracking? Good to have you, brother. Good to have you. Okay. Shout out to Bruce on way. That's hilarious, brother. That's hilarious. Y'all, today we are going to talk about Brian McKnight, y'all. He's had some issues, and there are people who are reacting, and I'm just going to say in a very salty way, to Mr. Brian McKnight. Okay? Brian McKnight, if you don't know who he is, which I expect most of my audience who listen to it live to know who Brian McKnight is. Brian McKnight is a smooth love song singing brother. You know, he do his thing. I'm not saying the gentlemen don't enjoy him, but y'all know how the ladies get. Y'all know how the ladies get. I mean, that man can croon, as they say. He's a crooner. Okay? He is good on that microphone. All right? Man's a great star, had some hits over the years. He's done his thing. Excellent, brother. And I'm going to say has been an excellent example of what people can be. And this is the thing. There are people mad at Brian McKnight because he ain't acting like a punk. Okay? Yeah, I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it. And I'm going to say it just like that. It's people out here mad at Brian McKnight for not acting like a punk. Now, recently, Brian McKnight announced that he won a lawsuit. Okay, he said something about winning $8.8 million in a lawsuit. Okay, interesting. All right, so I checked into the thing. Okay, I checked into it, man. Okay, started looking into his story. What's all this? Brian McKnight lawsuit wins $8.8 million. Now, of course, I left some links in the description so y'all can know some of what was going on around this stuff. And there's a actual content creator. I guess I'm gonna say her name because of what's going on. Cause she feel like she said her feeling is, she a target as well. Now she said she looked for information on the lawsuit but didn't find anything. Maybe she looked for it in the right place. Maybe she didn't. Who knows? Okay, who knows? But Tasha K did some story about him and actually interviewed Brian McKnight's ex-wife. Okay, so there's a book that was written. Tasha K claims she didn't read the book. Okay, but the story is it ain't that much about Brian McKnight in the book. That could be true, could not be true. But if he really did sue her and he won $8.8 million, then there's enough in the book. It's that simple at the end of the day. There's enough in the book. So my thing is, where is all this coming from, y'all? Where is all this coming from? The Brian McKnight You know, rich Brian McKnight, smooth singer Brian McKnight, and y'all, Brian McKnight Jr. done messed around and came out here with some statements like he want to quote unquote get involved, or he was saying like, I really said too much. I made one post and maybe that was my own fault because I let stuff get away from me. I'ma say, bro, you got to chill, man. You got to chill. Okay, now I don't know if he gonna hear this or not, but bro, get out your daddy business. Just chill. We all got fathers, man. We all got fathers. Who are you to try to wedge yourself in what's going on in their relationship? See, y'all, there are disrespectful folks out there. All right. And I'm just going to say right now, a child should not be looking to get in their mama's or daddy's business. That ain't your level. See, unfortunately, there's a lot of children who some just wasn't raised right, period. Okay. Some don't have no respect for themselves or others. And there's people who get poor ideas because, people halfway, quote unquote, raising them halfway. They give them food. They give them a place to live. Don't really give them no lessons, y'all. There is one thing people should understand. If you have a family structure, usually it's going to be something like you got granddad and grandma. Okay. Now, I get it. Some of y'all don't know nothing about granddaddies. I get it. You don't know nothing about who your granddaddy is. That's beside the point. That is beside the point. It's grandma and granddad, right? See, they on a level. A lot of times you don't meet too many people on their level. Who on grandma and granddaddy level? Well, grandma and granddaddy's brothers and sisters. And a lot of folks, we don't necessarily meet our granddaddy's brothers and sisters. Some of us, we meet a couple of them here or there as life goes on. All right. Then you have, grandma and granddaddy had some children. That's your mom and dad. Okay. You ain't on their level either. Okay. You definitely ain't on grandmama and granddaddy level. You ain't on mom and dad's level. Now you will meet some people on their level. That's called your aunties, uncles. Okay. Those are your parents' brothers and sisters. So you can meet people that's on their level. You not on it. Okay. You ain't gonna never be on their level. It's that simple at the end of the day. Okay. You'll never reach their level. Now, then it's your level. Who's at your level? You, any siblings you have, cousins that you have, those are the people on your level. Okay. Y'all can talk to each other about your business or whatever the case is. That's somewhat respectable, even though you shouldn't be prying in people's business. They're gonna share something with you, they're gonna share something with you. But who is you to get between your mom and your daddy? Stay out, you know what? Stay in your lane. Okay. I'm gonna say that. Brian McKnight Jr. I'm gonna suggest to you, because you're a grown man. I'm gonna suggest to you. I ain't gonna tell you what to do because you're a grown man. But I am gonna suggest that you stay in your lane. Because y'all seen what he said on social media. Okay. Now, I'm not saying he ain't got the right to talk. He can say what he want to say. Again, he's a grown man. But as a grown man, I would advise you stay in your lane. Now, I understand you feel you have some kind of position with people because your thing is, well, y'all just like some songs he sang. Well, you know what? I'm going to say right now, I did like some songs he sang. I did. Okay, I did. I still do. Okay, the man definitely put out some good music. Yes, he most assuredly did. He did put out good music. Okay, so yes, I like some songs he sing. But do I got to know him personally to know what he dealing with his wife or your mama, his ex-wife, ain't none of your business? I don't got to know Brian to know that. Stay in your lane, bro. To him, you're just a child. I understand you grown. Okay. I understand you got some hurt feelings. All right. I can see what I saw, and I can clearly get you got some hurt feelings. Okay. And I'm not saying you ain't got a right to be hurt. You done lost a brother. I get that, bro. You done lost a brother. You know what I'm saying? A whole lot of pain can come with losing a brother. That man lost a son. Yeah, your brother is still his son. So going for a sympathy card with, the people out here in the world, look, bro, you're not going to win that one. You lost a brother, but he lost a son. It's that simple at the end of the day. Now, I love my brothers, and I don't want to see them die until they old. Okay? I'm talking about old, real old. But people losing a brother ain't nowhere close to losing a son. I done talked to people who done lost sons. That's different. Stay in your lane, bro. Stay in your lane. Not telling you what to do. I'm suggesting stay in your lane. It's not yours, bro. You don't get to tell your mom and daddy nothing about relationships and how they need to perform. Your opinion about what was going on, even though you quote unquote saw it, your opinion comes from the opinions of a child. Now, if you're a grown man that wants to be taken seriously, you cannot say that your opinion from a child position is going to trump people's opinions from an adult position. Now, there's a lot of stuff we can learn as kids and we can use it later. I'm not saying we can't. Okay? We all got to go through childhood if we make it to adulthood. Okay? I ain't going to disrespect you, but I'm going to say real talk. Bro, you can't tell your mom and your daddy what to do on something when it comes to love and relationships because you don't have that level of authority. Okay? That's like me telling my daddy who to marry or telling my mama who to marry, telling them who to be in a relationship with, telling them who's good enough for them or who's not good. That ain't me. I'm not their peer. And that's just what it is. You can care about your parents, but that don't make you your parents' peer. When they even want to talk to somebody else, they don't go to their kids, not intelligent people. Intelligent people do not go to their children for advice on love and relationships. Stay in your lane. Now, I respect you have a right to your opinion, but who is you to tell us who your daddy is on those levels? That ain't your job, bro. That ain't your job. Okay? And I'm going to say there's some failure going on with you because if there wasn't failure going on with you, you would have a good relationship with your father. Now, you can accuse your father of doing all types of stuff. But if your father didn't abuse you, which nothing you said suggests that he abused you at all, man, you just talking. And the fact that you don't have a good relationship with your father, it says something about you because, yeah, I did a little research, y'all. Did y'all know Brian McKnight was starting up a record label with his sons? He says his sons can sing just like him. And like a good father, y'all know what he said about his son singing? He didn't just say, when they asked him, do they sing as good as you? No. He said better than me. Just like any normal great father. You're going to put your kids above yourself. You're going to push them to the highest heights. That's what Brian McKnight said. Yeah, the guy who been selling records, when he was asked about his sons, because they put a record label together, Brian, do your sons sound, do they sing as great as you do? No, they sing better than me. Now, see, that's what I expect a dad to do. Okay? I know a good father when I see one. It's that simple. Okay? It's that simple at the end of the day. Now, I understand a child wanting to be on their mama's side. I get that, y'all. You want to be on your mama's side. You ain't supposed to take sides. It's that simple at the end of the day. If ain't nobody did nothing to you, it just ain't your business. Okay? Now, you did say a couple things. Shout out to Trev Billy, the sponsor of the stream. He say he mad because Brian was in his words sleeping with bees. Okay, we'll just say that. Sleeping with some bees. Look, man, Brian was out there getting it in according to what you say. I don't know how true that is. I'm not going to say it's not true. He was a person who was on the mic. He was singing. Of course he had groupies. That's what go with the territory. Groupies. That don't mean he did anything wrong. Plus, you didn't really give a timeline on it. So I don't know if you're talking about Brian cheating, or now that you kind of came up in some years, now you see Brian out there getting it in a way that y'all can't necessarily get it in because he's rich and famous and you not. Okay? And I'm going to say this, y'all. Real talk, while people are trying to be mad at Brian, I'm taking into account that Brian is rich and famous. Everybody else is not. It is what it is. People get mad because of what their positions are. Brian's position is the rich and famous singer. Other people's position is they just happen to be around the rich and famous singer. Now, I don't know what more you want Brian McKnight to do. Okay? Not Brian McKnight Jr., who's salty, and I don't even know why. I'm going to keep it real. I don't really know why he's salty. I can have my theory based on a little bit of what he said. I don't know why he's salty, because Brian McKnight Sr. literally tried to put you in position so you could be rich and famous too. And now, I don't know how you blow that. I'm being realistic, y'all. How do you blow this? Your dad is a rich and famous singer. You can sing too. Your dad promotes you as being able to sing better than him. What your good father gonna do? And I don't know you as a singer. I know you as a guy who married his daddy. I'm just saying some mistakes were made, man. And y'all, we all make mistakes. Okay, we all make mistakes. But let's keep it real. Some mistakes were made. How did I find out you exist? Well, I can't technically say that. I heard about another situation because I covered on a previous channel about how Brian McKnight got a place for their sons and they didn't handle the place like they should have. Wasn't that you, bro? Wasn't that you too? Brian McKnight trying to give his son some work ethic, set him up an apartment, say, look, y'all gonna have to make it up on your own. Now, this seemed to be all after the fact. He tried to put a record company together so y'all can be out there. Now, obviously, you didn't do something in that one to make that work. Some mistakes were made. That's all I'm saying. I don't know how deep it goes, but I am going to say, I'm definitely going to say, if my daddy is a rich and famous singer and I can sing, I expect that I'll probably make it into the world of singing. Now, the audience may reject me. I'm not going to be guaranteed success because my daddy a rich and famous singer. That doesn't guarantee you success. Now, if the audience rejected me, that's one thing. But when did he drop an album? Because I ain't never heard nothing about his album dropping. What the heck? What the heck? I don't remember nothing about his album drop. How you messed that up? How you messed that up? I'm just saying some mistakes were made. I don't know what the mistakes were, but it's clear that some mistakes were made. Okay. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He said, I think it was distasteful to share he won the lawsuit on his deceased son's birthday, but I think it's more egregious. Judy wanted to keep Brian away while the son was battling cancer. Well, let's look at that. Since you want to go there right now, Afro Merchant, let's go into that a little bit right now. Okay? They say he made an announcement on his deceased son's birthday. Now, this is the thing. Was Brian being petty to make an announcement like that on his deceased son's birthday? Possibly. Possibly he was being petty. Very possible. You know, I'm not going to say he wasn't being petty. It looks like he was being petty. Okay, it looked that way. But now I'm going to say Brian McKnight is a grown man. I can't tell him when to make an announcement. All I can do is respect that he made an announcement. Now, people are saying, and it's going to continue. Well, it was his deceased son's birth. Well, hold on now. Let's be real about this, y'all. Brian McKnight was married, had some children with his ex-wife. Okay, his children grew up, and it seems the older they got, the more they became disrespectful to Brian McKnight. Now, Brian McKnight clearly was selling records. He was making videos. He was going on tours. He's doing things that people in his position do. So when it comes down to it, his children are supposed to be being raised by a woman who, to my understanding, was a songwriter as well. Not famous, but she was a songwriter. Okay. Now, I don't know what kind of money she made, but songwriters can make money. You don't have to be known to make some money. If you write some good songs and you get a lot of airplay on the radio or whatever, you can get you some chop. Okay. You can get some good chop. Okay. The guap can be made if you're a songwriter. Okay. So I don't know if she was a successful songwriter, but she was a songwriter. So now you with the kids, I'm going to say probably more than Brian, because Brian got to go on tour sometime. Brian got to go to a press conference sometime. Brian may be featured in the song over here. Brian got to go do this video over there. So I'm going to say you probably spent more time with the children. Now, I'm going to also say this. If as the children get older and they start being more and more disrespectful to Brian McKnight Sr., okay, as they lose respect for Brian McKnight Sr., well, whose fault is that? Let's think about that, y'all. Whose fault is that? Who is supposed to be making sure? Who's supposed to be making sure that the children are moving in the right direction? Who's supposed to make sure the father's instructions is being done? Who's supposed to make sure that when he going out to make the money, who's supposed to make sure his kids are being raised in a way that he deemed proper? Oh, that's the wife, huh? Oh, that's the wife? The wife's supposed to do that? Oh, the wife supposed to do that. So guess what? You spent this time with him. If you wasn't trying to push them to be negative children. Now I'm saying this with the wife because this is what it looked like. I can't tell you what happened, but I can tell you what it looked like. Okay. Now maybe she called herself being a great mother. Now she is a black woman, so y'all really think a black woman don't see herself as a great mother, no matter how good or bad she is? Let's keep that real. Okay, let's keep that real. Okay, so maybe even though she would perceive herself as a good mother, obviously something was falling apart. And I'm gonna say it could have been put back together had she enlisted her husband to help her get their situation from falling apart. But when your kids start falling apart and you have a husband, that suggests to me, because again, I wasn't there, but that's going to suggest to me they're falling apart because of your instruction. See, if the wife is on the same page as the husband going to come back the wife up. But if they're getting older and falling apart more and more and more, that's going to suggest to me that it's the wife creating situations that will result in her kids falling apart. Now, this is the thing, y'all. Brian a grown man, but he's human. Brian McKnight Sr. Grown man, but he's human. He only gonna put up with so much. Okay. I'm gonna address this real quick too. Because I know about this, brother. Afro Merchant says apparently his daughter sued him and could have got $1 million but wanted more. He ended up paying only $300K. What this is the thing. The daughter did sue for $1 million. Okay. He ended up paying her $318,000. without accepting no wrongdoing, no broken promises, anything like that. So it seemed like she was just trying to make a come up saying that they had $1 million contract or something. So maybe she was involved in the record company and felt she didn't get paid the way she thought she's supposed to get paid. I don't know her album either. I hadn't heard her album. What would Brian McKnight owe her $318,000 for? What would he owe her for? What did your daddy do that make you believe you even got legitimate reason to sue him? Now, I think he just paid his daughter off and just called it a day because Brian McKnight got fed up. Brian McKnight is a human being. Brian McKnight is working to live a good life. And we know he worked to live a good life. Brian McKnight was able to achieve living a good life. Brian McKnight got to live his dream, being a singer. I mean, let's be realistic about this stuff, y'all. When you have a voice, okay, you dream about being a singer. That's what you want to do for life. You want to travel the world. You want to meet people. You want to go to other countries. You want to have an impression or impact on the world. People like praise. Okay? Now, some of us don't get too much. Some of us get a lot, but people like praise. I'm not saying you're supposed to fall in love with praise or anything like that. I'm just saying realistically, as a human, people like to be praised. It's that simple. Brian was able to achieve his dream that most people who dream that way will never achieve. Brian actually got to live the life. Okay? Brian actually got to live the life. The life that other people want, he got to have it. And Brian got married, took care of his wife, took care of his children. Because now one thing I can say about Brian McKnight over the years, as people talk crazy about him, Brian was legitimately saying, no, I take care of mine. Okay? Brian McKnight took care of his kids. And again, I did a story on Brian McKnight a while back when he tried to set his sons up because his sons were not listening. He wanted his sons to truly become men. He set them up in an apartment, was helping them get jobs and everything. They just wouldn't do what they needed to do. Now, I understand it. There are some people who are entitled. Now, think about it. Some black men, they're black boys growing up, but somehow they have an entitlement issue. Yes, they are the son of some rich and famous singer, but that doesn't guarantee an entitlement issue. Where did that spirit of entitlement come from? Because Brian McKnight had to work his way up. His kids was in position and their dad was trying to put them on. When that didn't work, he tried to set them up with an apartment, get them some jobs so they could learn to be men. But they felt entitled. Now, is it Brian McKnight's fault that they felt entitled? Because again, if you have a wife and your wife is on point with you, how do the children not get these messages? And I'm not saying what she did, but I'm definitely saying what it looked like. It looked like the mother was an impediment to her own children. And I'm going to get more into that a little later. But first, I'm going to let my main man get in. He done came up. So we're going to turn the mic over to Captain Snatcher Food Stamps is in the building. We're going to let him have the mic. Do your thing, my brother. Do your thing.
Happy Wednesday, Roger. Happy Wednesday to the chat.
Happy Wednesday, brother.
Every day is a happy day when you don't have to deal with the hoe. Even Monday. Even Monday is a good day. You don't have to deal. Man.
No dreadful Mondays.
No special Mondays. Man. Sounds to me like this is a strange case of a bunch of baby mamas raised children. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter if she was married. She still raised these children to have the same outcome as the children of single mothers. Well, baby mama, whatever. Because getting sued by your own daughter, that's treacherous. That's some backstabbing. What kind of CUNC do you have to be to sue your own dad? So you meant to tell me that this couldn't be solved in private? They had to have a public fallout and have gossipers like us finding out about this nonsense. In parallel, these children are pretty much like Will Smith children. You know what I mean? Dad is talented, mom ain't shit, and then children turn out to be kind of like mom. That's why I got. That's why I got to make sure that you do not procreate with just anything. You know what I mean? Because she has a nice skin. Yeah, but what kind of person that she is? Because in the options where you get to have a children by these sub hoes or subhumans, you're gonna end up having a bunch of subpar children who cannot carry on your legacy. It, Imagine that you stack up a nice shit. You know what I mean? Like a nice, let's say a nice 20 mil throughout your lifetime. And now you're getting sued left and right by your own children, essentially destroying your legacy and their own inheritance. How does that make sense? You're supposed to inherit that money, and you're suing me, getting lawyers involved in and taking some of the money that's supposed to be yours. So when dad passed away, don't be surprised when these heifers end up homeless, can't get anything to eat, being destitute and all that, because they essentially depleted and wasted their father's legacy. Dad's effort was all for nothing. You know?
Okay. All right. Well, we got Tunnel running here. Okay, so
this is general. Y se puede.
All right, Tunnel running. You got the mic, my brother.
Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me clear?
Yes, sir.
All right, Roger. Why you put a picture of me and my wife on the screen?
Cause you're a handsome brother. What you want me to do?
Yeah,
I have to show
you
you
got a
off.
smile. You got a smiling brother on there, looking happy. You know, but they don't want to see that. That's not what the people want to see.
Well, you look like you had a great meal and enjoying some time with the wife.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I mean, that's. I think that's a problem with the ex-wife. She didn't want to see him happy, and the children. She put that on the children to try to make the man not be happy. The man was happy doing his thing out there, and she tried to put a lot of problems for him. Tried to give him a lot of problems because she wasn't happy. And that's just a horrible thing. And one of the other things that's so bad is that the women who have nothing to do with this, some of the sisters are so in want to see him upset, want to see him having problems. Her sisters, her black sisters want to see the man go through trouble, trials and tribulations. And the anger they have for him, and they're not even involved in the situation, is hard to see. And I'll land right there.
Another
Well,
just black holes trying to live vicariously through their treacherous sisters. Disgusting people, subhumans.
I'm gonna say that when it comes down to it, I do believe their women are upset, and even some of the men, because they got some mama in the situation. They feel bad for how their mama living. They mad at Brian McKnight for winning. I'm just gonna keep it real. See, when Brian McKnight was out there, just putting out music and doing all that, he got married to a black woman. They was happy because people want to see a black man, especially a super successful black man, be with a black woman. So it was cool. But obviously, there's something going on in that marriage where she wasn't backing her husband. Now, I get it. People gonna say, "But Brian was probably cheating during the marriage because he had groupies and all that type of stuff." I mean, I don't care, y'all. Let's say he did. Let's just say he did. For the sake of argument, we can get past that. Okay, he cheated. Who he cheated on? He cheated on his wife. He didn't cheat on his children. Now I understand a wife being upset that she got cheated on. I'm not gonna even argue with something like I get it. Okay, she upset about that. She has a right to be upset. That does not mean your children have a right to be upset. Your children can have an opinion about it, but that's not their relationship at the end of the day. That's something above their pay grade. You know, if you understand family, you got to understand family structure, and you not on your parents' level. That's above your pay grade. That ain't none of your business at the end of the day. It ain't none of your business. Which is why I suggest for Brian McKnight Jr. to find his lane and stay in it. Plus, I'm gonna keep it real. People are trying to make money off Brian McKnight because Brian McKnight is rich and famous, and they not. Those are just the cards you were dealt in life. Brian McKnight is rich and famous. Now you gotta, Brian McKnight Jr. talking about, well, I'm gonna start talking about this and I'm gonna start talking about that. This ain't because you mad at your father. This because you don't have access to your father's money, and you don't see yourself in the way that you can make your own money in any comfortable fashion. See, you don't want no regular job. That was made clear when he set you up in the apartment. You don't want no regular job. You don't want to actually work and make some of yourself. You want to talk about your dad. Nigga, get a life. I know that's not my father. I get it. You know him. But nigga, get a life. Why would you try to make a living as you're suggesting, like you're going to get on social media and start talking about your daddy all the time? Nigga, what kind of man are you if you're going to talk bad on your daddy in public like that? How does that help you be manly? You talking about the guy who paid for you. You talk about the guy who put you in great positions. You talking about the guy who put you in good schools. You talking about the guy who helped you become the man you are. Now you're gonna quote unquote talk about your daddy in a negative way. So what? You can get some views, so you can make some money because you're too lazy to be what you could be. The man already said you can sing. Go put an album out, man. I'm sorry, but in today's world, it's a lot easier for folks to get on in the music industry. Your daddy already rich and famous. You are Brian McKnight Jr. You could put an album out just with the fact that you're Brian McKnight Jr. and people will get your album simply out of curiosity.
Man, low homie, he's just a salty and getcha ninja.
Well,
Hate
my
him.
thing is, it just ain't his business, and he needs to stick to his own lane and be a man.
So I guess he can't get no yitches.
I mean, my thing is, he probably gets. I mean, if your name Brian McKnight Jr., if you can't get some with that name, I mean, you got a lot of problems. If you can't come up on something and your name is Brian McKnight Jr., that don't even make sense. It just don't make sense at all that you can't get something and your name is literally Brian McKnight Jr. And it ain't like he don't look like his daddy. He look like him, so he should be fine.
Do he
Okay.
sound like him, Roger?
Well, we ain't heard him sing yet. His daddy said they sing better than me, so he
Is he
got credit
clear?
sing
Is
at
he
least a
clear
little
like
bit.
Brian?
Man, I'm pretty sure he can do his thing. I'm pretty sure he can do his thing if he wanted to. And if I was him, I would be on that. I'm not going to sit there and talk about my daddy when my daddy's already a rich and famous singer and I can sing too. I'm going to get out there and get the money.
I got to at least see.
Yeah.
You got to tell me no, y'all. I got to at least get out here and see.
I'm saying the audience could reject me, but I'm going to make you reject me. That's real talk. Okay. But go ahead. You got the mic for an opening statement.
Well, just kind of go back to that entitlement thing, man. Is I always say you can't be square and cool at the same time. You got to pick one, right? Because you got to spend your time being square. I mean, it's a lot of accountability, a lot of risk involved, so you have to maintain that. being cool, there's kind of a almost a lack of accountability to a degree. So you can't be both. So it kind of goes with this with kids as you raise them, and they are raised kind of entitled, right? Maybe had a little more than the average child. They just feel like everything should be handed to them, and then they grow as the days go by. It's not a day of challenge; it's a day of, I should have this, right? A day of accountability or entitlement. That's just what it is. And I'm not saying that's with all kids, but that is a thing, and it's obviously it's spilling out right now. This is a grown ass dude. You know what I'm saying? Feeling like my daddy, you know what I mean? My daddy should have did this. My dad, bro, we all out here done had situations where my daddy ain't never been perfect. You understand? And I knew that as I became a man, right? I kind of had to understand he just didn't have the capacity for certain things. So who am I to hold a grudge against somebody that just didn't, as a child, I'm different, but as I'm grown, I can see and discern way better. So who am I to really hold that against that individual who just didn't even, who could barely take care of themselves, let alone, somebody else. So some things, some kids that actually got it don't, and probably not going to come from that point of view because they didn't had it all their life. And if they lose it, or I come to you and say, hey, you need to now kind of start pulling your weight, all of a sudden here, here's that attitude, and oh, well, you don't love me, and you ain't treat me like you treated the rest of the kids, and bro, cut all of that out. I'm almost positive that man did some things to try to make sure that all his kids was okay, and naturally, all of them not gonna get the same. But it's up to you as a grown ass, full, capable man to get out here and get it how you live, get it how you want it. It ain't my fault, you know what I mean? He did what he was supposed to do quietly. He got you here. Now it's up to you. You don't have to do nothing else by law. He don't have to really do nothing else other than financially support you to a certain degree. That's really all he's obligated to do. Anything else above and beyond that, even legally, is extra. So yeah, nobody owe you nothing out here, bro. You better get out here and get it.
And his kids are at the age where he don't owe them nothing financially anymore. So he already did his part. It's over with. Now I'm gonna say shout out for the $25, y'all. Shout out to Magna Voiton Dominant. He says, if we build it, they will come and destroy it.
That is true.
Uh, well, it's definitely looked to be the case in this situation. Now, I'm gonna say this, y'all. There have been some people. Somebody even said in the chat. I don't know who said in the chat, but I saw it. I saw it. Uh, this about his legacy. I'm gonna say not really. It's because of how y'all view things. Now I'm gonna say this too. I think people should change their perception of cool, because cool to be is making it, not making it. So I think you are supposed to be responsible, and which will make you cool. If you're not responsible, I can't see you as cool because I can't kick it with you. I can't keep a dude that's not responsible around me. I'm gonna leave you at home. It is what it is. We going out, you can't go. It's that simple. You're not responsible enough. You can't even pay your way. Go, you have to sit to the side. Okay.
What
You going to
happened to the
sit to the
days
side.
the men wanted to impress their daddies? Like, you know what I'm saying? What happened to them days where, men were just men, and the kids, the young men were tasked to, you need to impress me. You need to show us your manhood. You need to show us where you are. And that's just crazy that a man will feel like another man, even though that's your daddy, that they will owe you something. And vice versa. You know what I mean? Me as a dad, I don't feel like my son owe me nothing, to a degree. To a degree. I don't, but I'm not like looking for it. Now, if there was a plan in action, we planning, we moving together as a unit, well, yeah, I'm gonna have some expectation, right? There's gonna be a level of expectation. But I'm looking at these people, and it's not just Brian McKnight. There's several other kids that grow up the exact same way. They feel entitled. They don't know how to money manage from this legacy that's been built. They don't know how to take advantage of it and sauce it. And then, therefore, they blame it on the parent, right? It was his fault that he moved on and was, really in touch with his manhood, right? I can go have any woman I want, and I'm going to do that. Hey, bro, take note. But no, you can't take note. It's like, hey, I need you to go get me that woman. Go get me that woman too, Dad. Right? Go get me that car, Dad. Give me everything. Like, bro, come on, man.
I mean, bro, if he's trying to put you on as a singing, he tried to put you out there under a record label. So it's like, You made some mistakes yourself, I'm sure.
Oh, he
But
already
but
signed. He already put it. He already invested in it.
he put a record label together to put his sons on.
Ah.
And we don't know nothing about the albums that came out. So that's what I'm saying. I don't know exactly how old he was, but clearly there was some mistakes made. Now, shout out to Urban Reed, 9511. He said Brian McKnight's mistake was giving his children too much instead of giving them a work ethic. That's why they are acting entitled as adults. Now, I'm going to say this, Ivan. I can't blame Brian for that. Brian McKnight had to go be a singer. So we know he will be out the house for serious periods of time. But your wife is supposed to endorse what you have going on. So based on the way this looks, it looked like his wife was doing everything but that. Because if his wife wanted his children to have a work ethic like Brian did, we know Brian wanted them to have a work ethic. If his wife truly wanted her children to have work ethic, then they would have it. Because how did Brian want them to have it? The wife is gonna spend more time with him because of what he does for a living, and they not have it. That means what he was saying was not being endorsed in the household. That's what it
But
looked like. We
but
can't
Roger,
say for 100% for sure, but that showed the way it looked like.
but
But your
Roger,
uncles too. All your uncles is hot. Go ahead,
who's
brother. My bad.
who's to say that he herself had any work ethic to begin with?
Wait a minute, say it again. Who to say who
Who's
did?
to who's to say that the wife herself had any work ethics?
Well, the thing is, we don't know what her work ethic is like. Only thing I know about her was she was a songwriter. But this is the thing: you're married to Brian McKnight. Whatever you had going on, you still supposed to be endorsing what your husband wants. We know Brian wanted them to have a work ethic, so why wasn't you endorsing what your husband wanted for his children?
Yeah,
Well,
Hey,
there
what
Roger,
again,
that's what.
hey,
Roger.
he got a point, Roger, because maybe she could have been entitled, and maybe that's where that entitlement behavior could have maybe come from, right? Maybe I'm not, we theorizing, we don't know, we're not in a household, and I'm
Hey,
sure
but
we've all been
Roger,
around people who dealt with what we talking about right now, and I think that's why we breaking it down.
I mean, he said that he had set up some appointments for his sons to go to, and they just didn't show up.
But
Yeah, bro, you
and
can't
all I'm
get no.
saying
I mean,
is,
damn, I'm in. You can't get no
realistically,
better than that.
realistically speaking, how can you get away with that without your mama endorsing your bad behavior on that note?
Yeah,
How do you
it
get
was the
away with that?
mother. Yeah, it was the mother was involved. She put that nasty taste in their mouth for
That
them to be
nasty
acting like
taste,
they're acting.
that nasty taste for work in their mouth. You see what I'm saying? Because I mean, this is like a guy who owns a McDonald's and he's trying to get his kids to own McDonald's, but they won't go to Hamburger University. Look, I'm rich. I own a McDonald's.
I don't want no
I
McDonald's.
can I can pay for you to go to Hamburger University because that's something you got to go to own a McDonald's. If y'all don't know that, you got to go to Hamburger University to own a McDonald's. You have to. You
So
ain't
it's
no
a
getting
real
around that.
thing. Hamburger
Okay.
University is a real
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. And it's out. It's near Chicago, to my understanding too. It's near Chicago. But the thing is, now if you rich already and you tell your child, man, I pay your fees to get a McDonald's. I pay for you to go to Hamburger University, and all you got to do is learn what you got to learn, and then run that joint when you get out. I mean, what more can he do? The man's a singer songwriter himself. He puts together a record label so y'all can put your music out, and you don't get it out. What more can Brian do?
In a digital age, not the age where Brian came out when it was CDs and tapes. You know what I'm saying? You coming out in a digital age where he had to literally burn his path to get to where he is through connections, right? Not to his own. I think his other brother was in Take Six, which was the gospel group, kind of where he kind of got some of his start from, but still had to blaze his own path. He had to show up for them shows, right? He had to cut those deals and actually do the work. So that's where I respect those that actually did it. And then they kids come up just kind of wanting that handout who didn't have to forge a percentage of the path that they predecessor did. Basically, rolled out the red carpet for him, and y'all stepped on it with mud.
And my
So,
thing is,
Roger,
go ahead, turn around. Go ahead.
I was gonna say you gave him the assist, but he don't want to lay it. He don't want to put the layup up.
I'm
He don't
saying,
want to
like,
shoot the.
bro, I done gave you a full court pass. All you gotta do is catch it
Catch the alley oop, man.
and you won't put the ball in the bucket. You won't. You know.
Hey,
Man,
Roger, can you shoot it for me too, bro? Hey, could you take this ball and put it in the hole for me, please?
Man, I already done gave you the full court pass. I done got you past all the defense. All you got to do is lay the thing in there, and we good. Man won't do it. Now, my thing is this, and I believe this is going on because what I saw Brian McKnight Jr. say, and I'm gonna tell you what it looked like to me. It looked like a broke nigga complaining about his daddy that already know and did stuff for him, who obviously he didn't take advantage of him. Now, he did throw in the thing because he was trying to get some sympathy about his dead brother. Again, that's Brian McKnight's dead son. That outranks a dead brother. Now, I saw Brian McKnight talk a little bit about this, and y'all, part of that call that we heard, because I believe I put that in the link too. Basically, the story behind that call is when the brother, Nico, I believe his name was, when this guy was suffering, he was going through cancer. Brian McKnight is already with the new wife. You know, he's been with this lady for a good period of time. I don't know if she had became his wife at that moment or not, but she's eventually become the new wife. They were told about Nico, his sickness. It happened to be cancer. Brian McKnight was reaching out to her to say, you know, they too old. They not on insurance. To have Nico can come over here with me. We'll pay for some stuff to put him in these different places and these different facilities, get him some better medical care than y'all can get. And the thing was, it was an attitude of, well, I don't want you to be involved. So when she called that voicemail, supposedly that was her calling to say, don't contact Nico, as in don't contact him for any healthcare reasons. I'll handle this myself. If your new wife is listening, Leonia, or whatever you pronounce her name, I don't remember exactly what her name was, but she don't need to be bothered with this either. So this was Brian McKnight's ex-wife telling Brian to stay out of it because I'm going to handle this. And Brian McKnight just ended up respecting their wishes. Now, Nico is literally fighting for his life when it comes to cancer. The mama has such an attitude that she calls Nico's dad. Now, keep in mind, this Nico's dad. I understand that's an ex-wife, but she called Nico's dad while Nico's dad is offering him help. Nico dead now, y'all. Now, I'm not going to say it came exactly because she wouldn't accept the help, but I am saying Nico is dead. We can't get past dead. Ain't no do-overs on dead. This is a dead son. Did you really let your attitude toward Brian McKnight, regardless of what you think about him as an ex-wife, you still stopped a father from helping his son? That don't even make no sense. Now,
again,
and I want to say to Brian McKnight Jr., just in case he hears this, look, you a grown man. I'm not telling you what to do, but bro, you need to look at real life. That was your brother fighting for his life, and your mama called your brother's dad to tell him, leave my son alone.
I'll tell you something. These baby mamas raised children are fumbling their lives, okay? Listening to their mothers. I'm up to the point now where I really want to say that children needs to stop listening to their mothers. Because if these are the type of mothers that y'all have, man, first of all, they're not supposed to be mothers. And secondly, they're not supposed to be listened to. Don't listen to the hoes. Ain't shit.
Well, let's relax with the cursing. But I hear you. No, it's fine. It's fine. But what I'm saying is this. I mean, this woman did make it to being a wife. So there's something better about her than just an everyday average woman. But if you let other people influence you where you're doing dumb stuff like this, instead of fighting for your child's life. Now, it's cancer, y'all. We can't say Brian could have saved them. We don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's a medical situation. Brian could possibly have helped, but ain't necessary. He couldn't necessarily save him. But I'm gonna tell you what, if I'm fighting for my life, don't get in the way of anybody trying to help me. And that's real talk. I don't care what's going on. Do not get in the way of anybody trying to help me, and I'm fighting for my life. Real talk. I don't care who he is. If he a Klansman and he trying to save my life, let him do it. Real talk. You know? And I'm going to say it probably got to hurt, it has to hurt a man to want to help his son, because then, again, you can't necessarily stop cancer. Maybe they could have got into remission, maybe not. But if I want to help my son, and you telling me not to help my son, now I'm different. I would have came over there and I probably did something to you. That's me, because I wouldn't play with my children. I just don't understand that's something to play with. I would literally kill anybody over my child. That's me. You know what I'm saying? So I would have been like, F what she talking about, you know what I'm saying, and did what I wanted to do. Now, I do get it. Some men gonna say, oh, I'm gonna respect what the situation is because we can make stuff a lot worse. I go to prison for my kids. That's me, though.
Yeah, dynamics between exes, and you see what I'm saying? You got to kind of maybe add that as well. It is no excuse, but the dynamics between exes. Like, I really don't even want to talk to her, to be quite frank, because it's always, for lack of a better word, it's aggressive, it's tense, it's toxic. There's an air of just no positivity because you worrying about, and I'm trying to think, what could this man, this is a whole nother topic, Roger. What could the man possibly do to where you just don't even like this? All he did was stick his winky in somebody else, right? Which he has the right to do, but he maybe broke a word vow. However, he's still maintaining your lifestyle. He still this is crazy to me. He's worth taking care of you for the rest of your life, but he ain't worth excusing him putting his winky where he want to, or fighting demons, if you will, right? But because he fought a few demons, now his value then diminished as a dad, right? He don't get those same rights. He's looked at as your daddy ain't nothing because he's over here remarried and he's doing more for them than he's doing for us. Instead of you thinking how you can maximize what he's even doing in the first place. Like, it's just a whole lot that goes on, and not just with celebrities. This is just, I think, the dynamics of divorce, right? Or splitting up from your mate, especially when your mate has capacity, got money, got resources. That's all that anger could be about. That's when you deduce it down, Roger. Like, you can only be mad at this man because he didn't supply you with something that you felt like you wanted. That's the only thing he could have done to you.
Trust me, my theory on this is Brian done cut them off financially, and now people salty about it. And that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. See, this is the thing, y'all. Brian is a man that don't play. Now, I got somebody in the chat. I'm not going to highlight you because you did use all caps. Y'all don't use all caps over here. I know you didn't know it because I saw Gold Professor announce it, but you put this one up before he announced it. Now, he said, Brian, let's not be mistaken, is not an honorable person. Here again, if you do not know, you don't know. Brian's a cream puff, bro. He's a cream puff. Now, my thing is this. Do you know Brian? Or do you only have the information that we got that got released to the public? Because at the end of the day, whatever happened between Brian and his ex-wife, that's between them. This ain't got nothing to do with children. Okay? Now, I heard somebody say, well, Brian must have cheated on his wife while he was, out there doing his thing. I'm not going to say that didn't true. He famous, groupies out there. That could very well be true. But if that happened, that's still just between him and his wife. That ain't got nothing to do with anything else going on. So at the end of the day, she can be salty about that. And I ain't even tripping if she's salty about that, but that's her. Got nothing to do with kids and everything else. Brian got to the point where he said, I'm just not finna keep taking disrespect from y'all, and I'm literally cutting y'all off. Y'all are grown people now. Everybody grown, which means there was no minor children that is getting negatively affected. He didn't cut nobody money off while he's still raising them. He said, the people who are grown, I'm cutting y'all off. I think people salty because it was real. See, sometimes your parents will tell you something, you don't believe them. You got to learn. Brian said, I'm messing with her over here. We putting our own family together, and I'm cutting y'all off. And what they found out, he wasn't playing. Now, nice enough for him to come back and say, hey, since my son is going through this medical issue, let me get involved and help him over that. And then the attitude was, you know me, I'll come after you basically if you call my son again, and don't have your wife call my son either. Now, if he say, I respectfully left it alone, because that's going to cause too much drama, I can't even say nothing. Now, my thing is, that's a much better than what I would have did to her. Because if she played with me like that, she wouldn't have wrote no book. She wouldn't have been around to write no book. And that's real talk. So that's better than what I would have did. So all I can do is respect it. Okay? But Truth Teller is here, so let me go ahead and let him get the mic. Truth Teller, you got it, brother. Truth, I don't hear you.
Oh, wow. Good
Truth
point, Truth
Teller.
Teller. Good point.
Truth Teller, I don't hear. Did anybody hear Truth Teller?
No, we don't hear him.
No,
He's speaking in that Pootie Tang language, man.
Yeah,
He
he gotta
dropped
go.
out.
He gotta go. Yeah, he gotta go make a correction of something. Okay.
I got one pushback for you, Roger. When you say that he was married, that makes her somewhat. I don't remember if you said different or special. Not really. Here's why: black men has the lowest standard when it comes to marriage and dating. Okay, so if a black man marries a woman, that's not a guarantee that she's a good person. But what could happen is that many black men or too many black men don't know how to choose a wife correctly.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. Nothing's guaranteed in life. We all taking risks, but she was in the wife position. She should have made the best of it. That's what I'm saying. She should have made the best of what her situation was, which based on what it looked like, she clearly did not. Now, we wasn't in the house every day with him. I respect that. But my thing is, he did marry you. Make it work. You married to a rich and famous singer. Make it work. Who else was you going to marry? And whoever else you would have married probably would have been a tougher situation to make it work. You're married to a rich and famous singer. Get on the same page. That's your duty as a wife in the first place. If you didn't want the duty, you shouldn't have married her. So that's her fault. Now, Truth Teller, you came back up. Did you do something? Truth Teller, I don't hear you, brother. Turn your phone off and turn it on, brother. I be telling y'all to do that, especially if you coming up. Turn
Sometimes
your
they get
phones
phone
off.
calls too. When they get
Turn your
phone
phone.
calls, it'll throw your sound off. So you kind of have to sometimes log out and come back in, or hit the side of your phone to get
Well,
your
I'm just
sound
saying,
back.
but before you come up, you might as well do it. If you know you're about to come up and put some heat on the panel, you might as well make sure you're good before you come up. I do it before I start shows, y'all. I do it before I start shows. Okay, so I ain't tell you what I don't do.
These are endless struggles. You know, these ain't just always struggling.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, yeah, I'm gonna say when it comes down to this, y'all, I think the cutoff was realer than they thought it was gonna be. Brian said, "I'm moving on. I got kids with my new wife. She got some kids herself. So it was two people who had children already marrying each other. The new kids love and respect him. They call him dad. He's actually talked to their actual father to make sure them two have a good relationship. Dude is cool with Brian. Said Brian he got Brian received the biological father's blessing as far as helping to raise the kids and all that, which I think that's what men should do if you're gonna end up in a situation where you're raising somebody else's kid. Make sure you're good with the other parent, have a good understanding. Okay. Brian did all these things. and Brian is happy. Now I'm gonna say this. Yes, there are some black women, as y'all was saying something too. They just mad at Brian McKnight because he quote unquote upgraded. That's how they see it. They may not want to come out and say it, but that's what they see. Brian McKnight got a new woman, new kids to deal with. He done cut off the old kids. So Brian McKnight has essentially upgraded. Not saying that the new wife is better simply because she's not black. Because I'm going to remind everybody that a black woman could have stepped up a bit in that same position that the new wife is in. They failed to do so. That's their own fault. It ain't Brian's fault that another woman didn't step up to the plate when he wanted a new wife. They had first access to him. That's real talk.
Yeah, he cheated. Yeah, that was your deal breaker. You know, usually cheating is the deal breaker.
Well, no. I'm not saying he cheated because I didn't get any confirmation that he cheated. What I'm saying is, I know that's a theory that's out there, but what I'm saying is when he got divorced from the first wife, he got a second wife. That second wife could have been a black woman who stepped up to the plate. Where was they
at? So you're saying McKnight left the community and went to a community?
No, he can't lead. He's a man. A community is made of men. Women only get to participate in communities.
He's mama black.
Hey, can y'all hear me?
Which matters not. Go ahead, Drew. We hear you now.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. That was me. I had audio settings messed up. My fault. Listen, I just need 2 minutes to make the case. One, it don't matter if he cheated. You know why? Because look at her life after she got divorced. She was with dudes that didn't commit, and I'm sure they wasn't honest with her. Ta-da! But now, she ain't Mrs. Bryant anymore. She just a regular chick on the street getting dicked out. So her choices probably wasn't the best choice. She probably should have just sucked it up so she could live her life the best. One clear example of this is she's been divorced for 14 years and she decided to write a book about her ex-husband. Now, I don't know about y'all niggas, but if I get a divorce 15 years down the line, a decade and a half down the line, I ain't writing a book about my ex-wife. Just so y'all know. They got divorced in 2003. Her book was pushing 2019, 2020. He got married in 2017. And she complained about the wife. She complained about the wife a decade and a half later when he married this woman. Why would she be complaining almost 2 decades later about a woman he's marrying? They divorced almost 20 years earlier. Y'all niggas keep eating this up about him cheating and whatnot. It had nothing to do with that. She wants to still be connected to him, and she wants what he has, and she does not want to have to pay the cost to have it. It's just that simple, man. Not only that, I don't know what to say about his kids.
True. What's the cost?
Be his wife and shut up.
Okay, but let me do this too. Y'all, we a lot of us, we grab hold to this stuff about he cheated. I never got confirmation that he cheated. I don't even know if that happened.
Well, technically, there is evidence of it, but it's irrelevant. So the reason why there's evidence of it, they got divorced in 2003. The first 2 sons, one was born in 90 and one was born like 92, right? So by the time they got divorced, they were preteen age. He had another daughter a few years just around the time of the divorce. So there you go. He had a daughter literally he had a daughter a year after the divorce. So you know.
Well, I'm gonna say that being the case, he could have been with a new woman while he was going with
that is very true.
A lot of people. That is
very true.
A lot of people.
That is very true. But as you said earlier, he is Brian goddamn McKnight. His job, I'm sorry. The effects of him doing his job well was chicks throwing their panties at him whenever they saw him. So I'm sorry. if you think that hell, I'm going to divorce him and 20 years later, I should still get all the benefits of used to being his wife, you're out your mind. And for the men who like to speak up for this, right? Because if he did cheat on her, quote, cheat, and they got a divorce, she shouldn't have his name anymore. She shouldn't have access to his money anymore. She shouldn't have anything to do with him anymore. So if y'all niggas want to co-sign her still having something to do with him, even though he, quote, cheated, then that means you co-signing cheating is cool. Because she ain't supposed to have nothing to do with somebody who crossed the line and violated the marriage, and they ended the marriage because of it.
I mean,
It
the
brings
marriage
up a
did end, so it's like, man, y'all got to save all that. At the end of the day, it's over with. His kids are now grown. They don't get money off him no more. They grown people. They could have made money with him, but decided to do other things. That's on them at the end of the day. The
yeah, he
man
grown.
literally started a record label so he can put his kids on, and they ain't dropped no albums. That is them making mistakes. Okay?
That's
It's,
them
it's
not
not.
being as
It's
passionate as they daddy about whatever it is
well,
that they into. And that's
well that
another thing that we talked
right.
about coming from
Yeah.
this old way of thinking is every time like this old like they get with a star, maybe when he wasn't a star, but when he becomes a star, this antique way of thinking, soon they it's almost like you looking for this man to slip. And as soon as he again makes a mistake, whatever that mistake is, that gives him all rights to money. It's all about the money. Forget the legacy, forget the family. We tearing up the family, forget trying to work it out. And again, I don't know the dynamics. Maybe they did go through the trying to, to work it out or whatnot. But if this is Brian McKnight and as passionate as he is about music, I'm sure he's passionate, that same passion about other things in life. But also, would you say that art of letting go, Roger? Right? Sometimes, like I don't have time to deal with this
No,
shit.
no.
I just
My
don't
thing
even have the
is,
capacity.
this is too old. You don't have access. You don't have the same access to a man after you get divorced. The children are grown. If they didn't develop a good relationship with their father, that's on them. You're stupid as a child when you don't develop a good relationship with your own dad. You're dumb. I'm gonna say it. Anybody who fits that category, it is what it is. You're dumb. You're dumb to have a dad that you don't think is important enough to make your own relationship so you can know who your father is. If you cut your father off because of something between what happened with him and his and your mama, which ain't your lane in the first place, you're an idiot. And you should suffer for being an idiot. And people who have a problem with Brian McKnight should not be receiving his funds. It's that simple at the end of the day. This man done lived a whole other life. He has moved on. Y'all done got to the point where he done had to make a decision that it's just better for me and my health just to simply cut you off. Y'all dumb for putting yourself in that position. And now that you got cut off, deal with it. His other kids get his stuff now. That's your
That's
own
that
fault.
entitlement, man.
That's your own
He
fault.
chose left instead of right. You
But
choose or
but
lose, and
but
he chose to lose.
hold fast, because Rael done came up. I need to get Rael in. Rael, you got it, brother.
Peace, Roger. Peace to the panel. Peace to the chat. I got multiple things I want to say, but I'm gonna just keep it short and sweet on this first entry. Um, I've seen Truth Teller. I don't know how long he's been married. I think it's been at least 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. I've seen Black Guru up here. He's been married for over 30 years. I've seen No Placeholder, who is married, talk about being married. I've seen Tunnel Runner up here talk about being married. And the list goes on. One of the things that I've said that is a problem is that many females, especially in our group, they don't look at marriage as a private matter. Okay. So for example, would we respect any man that came up on panels constantly talking about how bad his wife is? Would we really respect that? I doubt it. I doubt most men would respect a man constantly talking about, well, his wife is not a good cook, his wife is not good in bed, his wife is such and such and such and such, because number one, that's the choice he made. Number two, marriage is private. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, people could talk about like little things that give you perspective about marriage, but as a spouse, even as a former spouse, you should still try to protect that person's reputation, because what y'all had was not for the public consumption. It was for private. And if you go out there and write a book or create a TV show like Shaq's ex-wife did, trying to expose your ex-husband to make them look bad. First of all, there's an actual term for this, and it's called relational aggression in psychology, and it's primarily something that females do, and it's using personal relationships to hurt people. And so, with that being said, like even when it comes to my like ex-wife, when I've met females in the past and I've let them know, I'm divorced, one of the first things females want to know is, well, what happened? And the answer has always been the same. That's between me and my ex-wife. It's not your concern what happened, because it's not their business. And then when I would flip the scenario, and I will put them in the position and ask them, would you want your ex-husband going out there in public saying how bad you were in the marriage? Even if it's true, would you want him to do that? And the answer is always no. And so I will flip it back and say, well, if that's the case, why do you females respect females who do this? Why do you females respect females who come online talking about their husbands or ex-husbands and putting their marriage or their former marriage? Why do you respect that? Because you wouldn't because when I would ask them the same question I asked y'all, when I pose that question to them, would you respect a man who was constantly talking bad about his wife? They always say no. They always say no. And this is where a lot of fellas are gonna have to learn how to toe the line. I don't care what he did in the marriage. I don't care. I don't care. Because that's between them. Post marriage, your issue is not him. You have no issues with him because he's no longer your husband. Y'all got a divorce. You have no reason to be writing a book about him, because when he married you, he didn't marry somebody with the intent of disclosing personal information that you was able to siphon during a marriage. So the same respect that you should give him as your husband, you should give him as your ex-husband, simply because it was a private matter. You also have children with him, and to involve your children as allies against your husband or your ex-husband is really one of the most cowardly things that many females do, because many females try to pose themselves as the perfect mother. The father is the problem, and children a lot of times unaware take their mother's side. I even saw this even with my own mother. When my dad used to send me to my mom when she wanted me to come and live with her, he never said anything bad about my mom his whole life. He never said anything bad about her. And this is what fathers typically do most of the time. They gotta, if fathers really wanted to be grimy, fathers could tell their children a whole lot of shit about their moms that will make them really be hurt. And a lot of fathers will hold that information because they will spare the child because they don't want to hurt the child. Even though that information will give them a leg up, they'll actually take a lot of the heat just so the child is not hurt. And so for me, man, to write a book off the top, to me is just out of pocket, especially around the same time he gets married a second time. To me, that's out of pocket, because that proves why you shouldn't have been married to this dude in the first place.
Yeah.
What they say, boy, all fair in love and war.
Man.
Rael, I
Yes.
gotta put some respect on my name, Rael. I've been married for 22 years, sir. I
Oh,
got a second
22,
decade
22.
in.
I didn't know. I didn't know. My bad, dog. My bad,
I've
dog.
been with my set for an extra decade, player. I need my respect.
Right.
Hey, brother,
Represent
you
your
hey,
state.
you
I
My
feel
bad,
you,
deserve an
dog.
brother.
award.
Represent
You
your state.
understand?
I said at least 10 years though. I didn't say it was 10 years. I said at
That
least.
is true.
Yeah.
Man,
And I'm just
Now
saying,
I'm about
I
to
don't
do
brother,
know.
because they saying what you doing don't exist,
what
right? They saying what the men that you are right now, that what you doing, and that man don't exist, right? And I do like to try to keep my marriage life, off these internet streets as much as possible. But they do say that those are supposed to be statistics that we don't hang in there, and we don't make the sacrifices. And, that is what's supposed to be said. But here we got individuals, several, not just yourself. I know personally that's been with their wives for over 20 years, 20 plus years, and everything ain't perfect and hunky dory. However, they work it out. Rael, what you said, man, I have no refuting on what you said, brother. That was artistic, poetic to a degree. I hope everybody heard that and understood it. But that for a man to be that, they emotional, or both relationships, the emotional maturity is at an nth degree, right? For her to know that she got bombs to drop on your ass after you didn't violate it, or vice versa, and you that mature that you can see them winning on every level, and your life is just not so much, and you hold those bombs, for the respect of whatever. I commend those type of people, because in today's, again, if we go by internet and what's going on in society, that society would say that that's not the case, that women really do all of them hate their men, and every time a man do something wrong, she's out of there, and relationships don't last past 2 to 3 years or whatnot. I just think, man, a lot of this is what we're doing now. We got to have these conversations and get with real life people, and we can base a lot of the statistic off of that right there, real life situations, right? Not what others is telling us what's going on, but how we actually engage in it.
well, this is the thing with the situation like this, because see, there's people who run gossip channels. I'm not gonna sit up here and gossip with y'all because that just ain't my thing. What I'm doing is saying, hey, let's look at what's really going on, y'all. Brian McKnight got a new wife. Okay, he ain't that bad of a guy. Okay, I think he done had his first child with his new wife. She got kids from previous marriage. The children love and respect him. He talked about. He literally asked the new children to him. What do they think of him? And do y'all think this way because I can take you on trips, because I can buy cars and all that stuff? No, we just love you because you are dad. We just want to make you proud. Now that's what he said his new children said, which is the way it's supposed to be at the end of the day. And I know for you guys who be like, well, you shouldn't date no single mother. He a man with kids, he dated a woman with kids. I don't see no issue with that at all. But when it comes down to it, it's about love, respect. I'm not finna sit here and quote unquote gossip about Brian McKnight. He is a grown man. He had a relationship with a woman. I don't really care why it didn't work out. The thing is, as men, we should learn to comport ourselves as men. And I'm gonna say I'm disappointed in Brian McKnight Jr. for saying, well, maybe I need to start talking about this, suggesting you're gonna start getting on social media talking down on your own father. I'm gonna say his ex-wife putting out a book with mentions about Brian McKnight. Like, at the end of the day, Brian rich and famous, and we not. Since Brian is cutting us off financially, and we can't seem to make no money comfortably without using his name, we're just gonna rail against him so we can get some paper. That's a sad situation.
It is.
That's
If you're smart, you would use his name in a good light. I think it would last longer. He got a fan base. Utilize that. That's what I was saying. They didn't know what to do with the money that he gave them, and you can tell just by the way
Well,
that people reacted. You're not help building the legacy. You want to help tear it down. That's crazy.
well, there's one thing that's even worse, and I'm gonna have to come in on the son. It's real bad. That man is almost 40 years old, and he online complaining about his father with his mother and how they treat the family. Listen, man, if me and my father didn't connect, right, and we don't click like that, I'll have no contact with him unless it's necessary. There's no reason for me to get online to talk about him. I don't care what he's doing with my mother, because the only way he can do anything to my mother is if she's interplay with him after they've divorced. So I have parents who are married and they've argued and fought and police had to come to the crib. And this is me as a young adult in my early 20s seeing this. And you know what I did? Mind my goddamn business, because guess what? I don't want neither of them stepping in if I'm beefing with my wife or my girl. If me and my wife and my girl's having an argument and my mother want to step in and say, don't talk to her like that, I'm gonna have a very serious problem with my mother, first and foremost.
Say that.
I don't care what I was telling my girlfriend or wife. You don't step in my relationship. It's not your lane and it's not your business. You mind your own. And that goes for everybody else. They're the ones that got married. They're the ones that wanted to be in this relationship. You let them work out however they want to work it out. Respect their decision and keep it moving.
Yep. She has them in the midst, in between, and this is a big problem in Black America. And I'm not saying it's not a problem in other groups of people in America. I'm just saying in our group specifically, way too many times, especially in situations where men move on from a female and they have children, they will use the children as a weapon. And because the fathers are not trying to technically throw the mother under the bus, so to speak, and really just want peace, they'll just take one for the team. And I say this all the time, man, like a lot of times, man, sometimes, man, you just got to tell your father thank you. Tell your father thank you for what he has done for you. Like they're so focused on what he ain't doing. As far as I'm concerned, you know, you've been one of the most privileged group of black kids in the world. Like, you had a pretty damn decent life. You know what I'm saying? It ain't perfect, but shit, none of our home environments were perfect either. So this is how you have to look at your parents overall. And this is just across the board. A lot of times we'll focus on what our parents didn't do for us, what our parents came short up on. Our parents ain't superheroes. They're human just like we are. You know what I'm saying? They were our age, you know, at one point. You know, they had their trials and tribulations. They had to grow and learn, go through things. Sometimes they didn't grow enough. Take the good from them. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing you don't want a child to do by trying to turn them against a parent is you make them hate a part of themselves, because at the end of the day, they are a part of that person. So you don't want them looking at themselves as like something that's dysfunctional or wrong with them simply because that you have an issue with that other parent. Children are the product of relationships. They are not the center of the relationships. I say this all the time. People mistakenly make children the center of relationships when it's the man and the woman's love for each other is at the center of the relationship. And the children by default benefit from that. When you make children the center of the relationship, you take away the most important aspect of that relationship, which is the unity of the man and the woman. If you don't have that, I don't care if y'all got 15 kids, it ain't gonna matter. So I think that a lot of times these females really they're on an emotional scorched earth policy, and they're like, well, if I'm not happy, I'm not gonna let anybody be happy. I don't care. Damn the kids, damn him, damn his new family. I don't care because I'm miserable. I mean, that's really some selfish shit.
Now, I'm just gonna say real quickly, because it's important to me to say it. Then I'm gonna turn it right over to Black Rule Strikes. To Brian McKnight Jr., if you hear this, man, dude, stop it, bro. You are Brian McKnight Jr. You got all type of opportunities available for you simply by carrying your father's name. Use it, dude. Not to tear down your father. Go be somebody, bro. You could be rich and famous on your own right now if you actually just put some work in. Now, the man said you can sing. Maybe you don't have no love for singing. Okay, you want to talk about stuff? Get on the podcast and talk about something you passionate about. People gonna subscribe just because you Brian McKnight Jr. Stop acting like a girl, dog. Real talk. Black Rule, you got it.
I don't like black tie. It's on you, buddy.
Hold on, Black Rule. Oh, he dropped. He dropped. He must have been having an issue, or maybe somebody called him and knocked him off. But he dropped. Oh. All right. Well, then real talk, y'all. See, my thing is, there's a lot of different ways people are going with this information. Like I said, I'm not gonna do a gossip show. So if people came to watch me gossip about Brad, I ain't gonna do that. I'm talking about this from perspective that we all need to really pay attention to. Number one, learn you're not on your parents' level. That's not your lane. You don't get to tell them what to do with relationships. They don't come to you for advice for relationships. They are whole others. You are not their peers. And everybody should understand that about themselves and their parents. You are not your parents' peer.
Well, that start with the parent, Roger.
Hey, I'm putting it out there for everybody to know. I get what you're saying. I ain't saying you're wrong, but it needs to be. This should be a lesson that you're not your parents' peer. Period.
So
I understand
they know
you got
it or not. Whether they know it or not.
Yeah, and I understand. I'm not excusing or trying to make light of the fact that your brother done died, but that man's son died. That's different than your brother died. And regardless of that, that don't make you your parents' peer. Period.
Nope, it does not. When I left my dad's house, man, and even me leaving my dad's house, like we were kind of at odds. And so, but at the end of the day, like I showed that man the utmost respect. Even when it came to stuff that he was on that I disagreed with, I still showed him the utmost respect. Um, and I never had, first of all, the way that dude talking, man, I would have never talked to my dad like that. I would have never even, man, the thought would have never even crossed my mind. I mean,
Not out loud.
my dad would have Mike Tyson uppercutted my ass, like straight up. Like my dad was, like he was in the Marines. He was a boxer in the Marine. I mean, he could have went pro if he hadn't jammed his finger in the door. I mean, he was actually thinking about going pro. So
You
there's
didn't
no
want
way
that.
in
You didn't want to feel that.
no, there's no way in hell. You know what I'm saying? Like there just was no way that I would even think to even, because I think a lot of times, man, see the problem, man, with black kids specifically is that they don't really understand like the levels that a man can go when he gets enraged. I've seen it. I've seen my father be in a position where he felt like killing people. I saw it about 3 times. And the ferocity in which his energy level was, yo, you did not want to be on the receiving end of that. So you could say a lot of the stuff that you're saying on social media, because a lot of times, man, people, it's whatever you saying stuff on social media. You know what I'm saying? Are you gonna say that in this man's face though? Because that's really what you need to be doing. If you really was about that life like that, if you really was about that work, you'll tell your dad, I need to talk to you. You know what I'm saying? And you talk to man in his face, not on social media, not with a filter, but you talk to him, have that same energy you got on social media for your dad in his face, and see what the response is going to be to you. I don't think he wants that kind of response, man, because even though Brian McKnight, he's older in age, he still look like he in pretty good shape, and he don't look like he is unable to throw them hands on you. So I don't think he really want that. You know what I'm saying?
Brian McKnight never been one to back down from, and he been known all from me following Brian McKnight, not just as a fan, but just as a man. He's always been one of them guys. Ain't nobody ever said nothing. You remember he get out there, play ball with you. He was athletic. Like for real, he's
Yep,
one of those
he was.
guys. I think we
Yep.
talking from a point of how we gonna raise our kids and even how the kids, we were just talking about, even like my dad was the same way, bro. It wasn't great to be, again, he wasn't perfect by no means, but it wasn't great to be no disrespect. And then
Hell
when I
no.
became a man, again, I just said this, I understand once I had capacity to know now, I'm full grown. Man, this nigga didn't even have capacity. You know what I'm saying? He had retarded too. So I'm just like, dang, now that when you get older, you don't know that as a kid. You just wondering, why are they acting like this? But then when you get older, they don't have the capacity to give you what it is that you felt like you wanted or needed. And they still, at some point, they just don't have it, right? Whatever that is. And there's a level of grace when you become an adult that you just have to give. If you don't get that level of grace, there's now a level that's evidence of selfishness, right? You don't even, just for whatever money, because he got money, right? He got a bigger tool to use to do the things he wants. Now, somehow or another, he's supposed to, there's supposed to be like survivor's remorse, right? Give me, be lesser than for me. It don't work like that, man. You really
It's
show who
even
you are
it's even
when
more
you focus on the
fundamental
money.
because I don't know about the rest of y'all, but I looked at my father completely different when I embarked on my road of manhood on my own. When I left home and I had to deal with them struggles, those difficulties, dealing with chicks, my wife, my kids, the difficulties of it is being out here being a man. You suddenly take into account, you start going back in memory about some of the actions, some of the things your father told you, some of the advice he gave you that didn't make sense to you when you was younger. But now that you older, you like, I know what the nigga was talking about now. And this nigga has never experienced that. Because one, he got the blonde hair on the top. That was the first thing I noticed. I was like, yo, he
Yep.
35. He got the blonde hair tip. And he's
He on
talking
that
like a
Cisco,
woman. I'm like,
shit.
I was like, what's going on here? I mean, it really was. I was like, what's going on here? Why does he look like this? And why? And the other thing that actually caught me off guard is when he threatened to start snitching on his father. I'm like, yo, what kind
Yep.
of dude are you? Who
Yep.
threatens to
Like,
snitch on their
bro,
father?
what are we doing?
What are
Why are you
you
lashing
doing?
out,
As a
man?
grown man, bro.
You ain't supposed to snitch on your friends, much less you ain't even
Like,
supposed to
bro,
talk
what are
about
you
snitching on
doing?
your
What are we
father.
talking
Exactly,
about
bro.
right now?
Yeah, it got real bad real quick. I'm gonna say that about the it got real bad
I mean,
real
for real,
quick.
bro.
And yeah, bro, just as a man, you just didn't come off well in this video. And see, my thing is, you a man. Hopefully you do actually hear this. I'm not saying this stuff hoping you're not gonna hear. I hope you do hear it, bro. Find your lane. Stay in it. Be a man yourself. You are Brian McKnight Jr. Why can't you accomplish all kinds of stuff? Your father done gave you the hookup. Everybody don't get to say my daddy Brian McKnight Jr. or just any famous man's name. And people give you grace and opportunity just because your father is a known. He basically a made man. What more did your father need to do for you? I don't get it.
He want
And
him to
then
drink the
if you
water for him, Roger. He want him to piss it out for him, right? He want him to clean the toilet afterwards. Like, what are we doing?
you know what? I mean, I'm gonna say God is wise because if my daddy would have been rich and famous, man, ain't no telling what I'd have got into. You know what I'm
Bro,
saying? Because I would have used that. You know what I'm saying? Real talk. And the disrespect he gave, man, if I could even imagine talking to my father like that, even through social media,
Woo,
if I could
man.
even have that dream, I would wake up because that would be a nightmare for me.
well, that's
Mhm.
the thing. You still got to fight as a man. That's where I think Brian, like, bro, if you look, you know what I'm saying? And even though you my son, I kind of, if you coming at me a certain way, it's just a level of respect that I'm trying to stay away from you. Literally, I'm trying to stay away from you. And then and that's like a woman, you do that. Like, I'm trying to leave you alone, bro, for real. I'm trying to spare you, in other words, but you keep showing up to my doorstep. You get what I'm saying? I can't evade. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to react. I'm gonna not even react, I'm gonna have to act. And that's the buttons that they pushing. It's not pushing the buttons of love. That's what I'm coming from. Like, bro, these are your bros talking to you, brother. We these are your bros talking to you, right? Your fellow, I don't know what type of peers you got, but you need to leave them alone, right? Come on over here to your real bros, and we're gonna show you how to manipulate that energy, that force that you got, that is your pappy. You understand? If you don't know how to use the energy, come on over to the bros that will show you how to use the energy for $0.
Well, the thing is too is that, you know, we have instances with celebrities where, you know, they have a negative viewpoint of their dad. I think John David Washington, him and Denzel has had, you know, their own kind of schisms. Um, uh, Damn, I had some other people too. We saw what happened with Lawrence Fishburne and his daughter, with what she decided to get into. Um, and the thing is that you're talking about the men who had to do a lot to get success in these arenas, which is not easy. You know what I'm saying? The work ethic that it takes, you know what I'm saying, to become a Denzel, the work ethic that it takes to become a Lawrence Fishburne, uh, um, uh, uh, um, well, I said Denzel, a Brian McKnight. It takes nobody's giving black men that type of cachet. You know what I'm saying? Brian McKnight not only was an artist, but he wrote for other artists too. So you need to be trying to soak that game up from them. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it might seem like they're being hard on you. Yeah, because they're preparing you for the real world. Because the world that you live in when you at home with your mom ain't the real world. That's the world of having fun. That's the world of milk and cookies and shit. That's not the real world. Your father has to prepare you for the real world. And even if he's hard on you, maybe he might be too hard. It's not because he hates you, it's because he loves you and he's trying to let you know and prepare you for how brutal this world can be for you. And so he's just doing it from his own position. And I say this all the time because I've seen this mentality from a lot of females in our group. A lot of times, man, black sons and daughters don't appreciate dad until dad is gone. When dad is gone and they have to reflect on the wisdom that dad gave them, then they see like, damn, dad was right. Damn, dad was right. But you never thanked him though. You just automatically assume because a lot of times mothers get a default positive rating just because they have the custodialship of the children majority of the time. It doesn't mean that they're preparing them the way that they need to be prepared for life. It just means that they have the utmost access to them because the man is typically going to be outside of the home. And so you think like, oh, life is supposed to treat me like how mom treated me. And it's like, man, this is the world. Like you're
Right.
talking about like this is a B-side here. And so, you know, you got to be and from what his son displayed in that video, that dude don't look like he's prepared for the world the way that he needs to be from his own inner development perspective.
That's
And
fear.
in a lot of ways, that does fall on the mother, especially if you've been because we don't know. I mean, from the way that it seemed like this type of female probably was undermining Brian McKnight's, you know what I'm saying, leadership and making him seem like a villain because when you train in any kind of way, you know what I'm saying, with somebody, you know what I'm saying, like a men, when we train, yeah, the teacher is going to look like a villain. When you go to martial arts and the master gets to training you, you gonna hate his guts initially. You
Because
gonna
it's
hate
the
him,
one that got to take all the brunts of your little badass trying to teach you the proper things in
right?
life. But how many of us have how many on, we don't have to, but how many of us have, no matter what the relationship, but have relationship with your father?
I mean, I love my
I
relationship with my father. So
I do. I
yeah,
do.
and,
I
and
do too.
Yeah, I had
and
one
I'm
with my father
saying,
too.
and once you're a grown man, I don't care what happened. That's your fault if you don't have one. You can blame it on your mama while you were a child, but when you become a grown
Right.
man, if you ain't smart enough to have your own relationship with your dad, you a dummy. And that's just real talk. And I'm gonna say, what Rael was saying, a lot of people don't get what their father was doing for them until after he gone. Because a lot of people don't understand how much the father was still protecting you while he
Mm-hmm.
was alive.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he gone, you ain't got that protection no more. And it seems like stuff hitting you from everywhere. Yeah, because your father was handling all that. Or your father had enough respect from other people that they gave you a pass because of who your dad was.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a
That's
very
the
real thing.
resources.
I don't know about y'all, but I've actually been in situations where I might be talking to somebody or trying to get a business thing popping or trying to get somebody to invest, and I'm trying to convince them, and I'm talking to them, and I'm talking to them, and then actually a few times where they like either they see my last name, and then they realize that I'm half Jamaican, and they say, "Hey, hold on, you from such and such?" Yeah. Yo, is such and such your father? Yeah, that's my father. Oh, that's your father. Yeah, that's my father. So you one of his sons? Yeah. Yo, I remember y'all when y'all was 2 years old. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. He's good. And I suddenly dudes that I don't remember ever seeing in my life because they connected to me to my father based on where we lived and my last name and what we entertaining. Suddenly now I'm getting a different conversation from these people, and it's actually happened for me several times because my father is real popular.
Come on.
So
Me
Come
too.
you
Me
on.
know
too.
it,
Truth teller.
and,
Same
and
thing
I mean
for me.
my father's real popular. Where my father knows music people like Jamaican music people, FBA music people. When I say music people, I mean famous music people like Shabba Ranks, right? Like
It's pretty
I
famous.
know him. I know, yeah, I know Bobby Digital, and most people. He's a producer in Jamaica. I've been to his house several times, having dinner, and I know his sons. Right, my
I know.
uncle's even closer to him. So I know these people, and I know some people that can't be announced publicly as well. So it's just like, but as soon as they realize that I'm connected to them, suddenly I'm getting different. I'm getting treated differently. So I completely understand what y'all saying in regards to Mr. McKnight's kids. They didn't want to use it to their own benefit because probably because of their mama. They hated it. They wanted to treat them a certain way, so they did. They didn't go about things right. But I do want to bring this point up. We got to talk about the sisterhood in that third video, y'all. We gotta talk about the sisterhood too. We cannot include them in this discussion because there were a few things that were said in that was so sisterhoodish. Dudes who was able to be programmed by them would just fall into it.
But
Basically,
well,
how
hold
he
on,
treated his. Sorry, go
hold
ahead.
on. Before you go into that, let me let Kevin get the mic. Kevin 3905 then came up. So before we go into that, let's let him get his opening statement in. And then we got Gold P coming up too. So I guess we gotta let him get one in too.
Maybe
So
Gold P will go into it for me. Hopefully.
all right,
And
Kevin,
well,
you got it.
good morning, fellas. Good morning, fellas. First of all, I want to say, truth teller ain't nobody. He lying. He lying. He lying.
Nigga stunting
But
on us about who he knows. Stunting on us.
I ain't
no,
nobody. You right. You absolutely right.
no. But my overarching point today is, no matter what your name is, Brian McKnight. You could be anybody you want to be. You're gonna go through the same thing with these quiches that everybody else is going through. You're gonna be alienated from your children. Your children can be turned against you. He's going through what the average man goes through, bro. That's what's happening. And these women that are defending the children and their family from him suing them, they are upset anytime a woman has to take accountability, where it's monetary or any other way of taking accountability. Man, these women hate accountability. They hate to see other women have to take accountability. And Brian McKnight has the receipts to show. I've done my job. I've done what I'm supposed to. I've done as a father, whether I'm famous or not. I've done what all fathers are required to do, and my family still turn their back on me, bro. He's a regular nigga today. We all go through this with our families and stuff like that. When the wives or girlfriends turn their back on us and split us up from our children. So my heart goes out to him to have gone through this for so long and to be coming out on the other end of this, man. I'm with Brian McKnight all the way. I don't believe nothing these hoes is saying. I don't believe nothing his wife is saying. I don't believe nothing his children is saying. They're out of line. They're out of pocket. And they supposed to be under his guidance, protection, and leadership. So whatever they going through, the hell with them. Now I land my
Mm-hmm.
plane right here.
Mm, mm. Okay. Gold P, you got it, brother.
Go P.
All right, what's happening? What's
What's
happening,
happening?
man?
What's
What's
happening?
happening? Hey, look. I'm gonna take 1 minute and render back my next minute to truth teller. So my first minute is Roger in the voice of Chef. You ain't ish, brother. I caught what you said off top, talking about. I guess we gotta let Gold P in. You see, you see, I ain't came up,
I ain't know
and
what you're talking about, brother.
off top, man.
When did that happen? When did that
Off top, okay.
happen?
I'm just saying, man. I be listening to you, Roger. All
I
right.
don't know. When did that happen?
I still got 30 seconds left, Roger. I just wanted to say, hey, man, I had a relationship with my father, too. That's one of the reasons I came up here to say that, because my father had got me out of some stuff, and I'm talking about prison time. So I will let that rock. I render my time back to truth teller. Done.
Well, shout out to Gold P. He get to come up and talk a little crazy because I respect his father. Ain't got nothing to do with Gold P.
See, man, you
That was hard.
couldn't just render that time back to truth teller,
I
could you?
can't
You
respect
just
your
you
father.
just,
I
nah,
can't respect your father. Is that what we
Man,
doing?
That that
shout
was
shout
wonderful.
out to Platinum P.
I know, right? I'm through with Roger. Truth teller, I render the floor back to you, brother.
I just want to point out a couple of things that happened in that third video that we sure all look with the fishy eye, right? One, she said he's crazy because he must be accusing her or doing all of this because of something in that book, but she never read the book. But she interviewed the woman and she still didn't read the book, right?
Yeah, she said
So
that. She said that.
she never read it. She only interviewed the woman, and she didn't say nothing crazy there. So I don't know why he mad. And I'm like, well, you didn't read the book, so why do you think he might be suing her if it's not a book? And then why would a divorced woman be writing a book almost 20 years after she's divorced? That might be a little fishy, right? And then on top of that, what do you think is the problem? Why are they doing this?
Manya.
Right? Well, of course. And then on top of that, she's like, the kids. Well, everyone is an adult. They ain't been kids in like
Right.
15 years.
All right, been a while.
Right.
Been a while.
A whole long time.
It's been like more than 15 years since any of them been kids. I'm just saying, you don't do that to your children. You mean the grown people that want something from you without giving you anything? Oh, yeah, them. Okay, gotcha.
Nobody doing
And then,
interviews for free.
come on. So, and then she also made little slights and insertions in regards to, and how he's acting crazy. And it's like, none of this sounds crazy. It sounds quite logical, actually. So, we just got to keep our eye on them folk when they throw stuff out there like that.
Well, we got to also keep in mind too that this is a great example of uh, you ain't shit like your father. This is a great example of that. This is how it looks because what ends up happening is that many son husbands grow up thinking that it's their job to be for their mother what her baby daddy wasn't, or what she say he wasn't, what she says her husband wasn't, and they go on this kamikaze mission out there trying to bring some respectability to their mother that is undeserving. Number one, this is a very common technique that females do just across the board. You ask any females, this is why females don't like sharing personal, really personal information with other females, because they know that if they get on the wrong side of that female, she'll go public and just air all the stuff out. Now, the irony of this is the fact that for the better part of almost 20 years, when black men got access to social media so they could finally have a voice to share their side, one of the common arguments that they have had about towards black men is, why are y'all airing dirty laundry? Because at a certain point in black history, there used to be this mentality of airing dirty laundry. And it used to be more so from the family perspective. You know, we handle that stuff in-house. Don't go out to the public and stuff like that. And to a certain degree, I do agree with that. In most instances, I agree with that actually. But what happened was when the female's dirty laundry began to be aired after all the years that they got on TV airing black men out, then it became, well, why y'all airing black people's business out? Like, man, you know, why y'all doing that? Why y'all airing black women out there like that? But once again, this is another example of, well, y'all don't have any problems and haven't had any problems airing black men out publicly. You've been doing it in academia. You've done it in other media, television, things of that sort. And so now she's getting her children, or had her children involved in the process of character assassination of this particular black man. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know the inner workings of the family, but one thing I do know is that you don't employ your children to take part in attacking their father, because you might not get your ass kicked, your kids might get their ass kicked. You know what I'm saying? So you ain't gonna take the brunt of that. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna put them as a shield to get knocked down, which is obviously some very cowardly type stuff. But a lot of times these females, they don't care. They're just on a mission to destroy this man's reputation.
All right, a great point. Great point. Real talk. Now we got a treat, y'all. We got Black Uru is up and we got T'Challa is up. So I'm gonna give the mic to Black Uru and we're gonna let T'Challa get in right behind him. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Yeah, can you guys hear me? I guess I
Yeah, you
should
all right.
confirm that. Okay. Um, okay. I, I think I have a more nuanced view of what has happened than I have not heard all of what you guys have discussed, but you appear to collectively be firmly in Brian. So appreciate why, you know, given the environment we're in, and given, you know, so the stated purpose of the black man's sphere in general.
Bro,
But
your connection is horrible.
I view.
No, you know what? You are sounding a little choppy, but we can make you out. So you can make your opening statement. You may want to do something after that when other people start talking, so we can make sure we hear you. But as long as it's quiet, we can hear you. So go ahead. He done got knocked off. Looks like he got knocked off. So congressional privilege. Yeah, and you know what? I'm thinking about this, y'all. When it comes to privilege, I'm just gonna do the privileges the way I came up with them. So I'm gonna go elder privilege first, PhD privilege second, Ivy League privilege third, congressional privilege fourth. So you know how y'all fit in. That's how I came up with them. So I'm just leave it like that. Because I think not necessarily fair, but it's real as real can get. So congressional privilege. T'Challa, you got it, brother.
Well, thank you, Roger. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. That sounds cool. Um, I'm just going to start off by saying, quoting Mr. McKnight by saying, one, I want to be with you. Two, it's all come true. Three, it's you and me. And, four, and then, the whole countdown, right? But then, when it's all said and done, we start back at one. But anyway, donuts. Yeah, but anyway, so check this out. I've been listening to you because I'm on the road now, right, with the wife, and I've been listening to you guys, and it's been a pretty good discussion. But the thing is that here's what it sounds like to me, and it's very simple. The ex-wife wants access to the resources. It's the same old story, right? Ex-wife wants the access to the resources without actually being the wife, right? So she got the divorce. It didn't work out, so now she's trying to figure out how to get access. The whole what do you call it? The tell-all book didn't work out. So now because he kind of went online and he gloated a little bit about getting the win in the lawsuit. You saw that part, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And then I agree with you about the kids, though, is that they really could have used the fact that they have a celebrity father with some money to push something behind them, because a lot of these celebrity parents do the exact same thing. Jamie Lee Curtis, the Smiths, Jada and Will Smith, even football. Look at the Manning family. Like they're trying to push that young kid, that's Arch Manning into the NFL. He's going to get there one day. So like they're doing all this stuff. The Sanders family, like everybody's doing the stuff they're supposed to do. So all you have to do is just be, even if you didn't want to stay married, and that didn't work out, then just be a good son or a daughter, and then even if the relationship was strained, you got time to patch it up, and they still have time to actually patch up their relationship and getting something productive out of it. The thing is that everybody's trying to be selfish, so it makes sense that he cut everybody off and he went and found somebody else. And I agree with you, Roger. It could have been a black woman, but no, it wound up being somebody else who's non-black. So that kind of hurt black women a little bit. But the thing is that they should have been right there, ready to pick up the pieces and be the next Mrs. McKnight. So the thing is that a lot of people are doing all of this stuff wrong. And even though I'm trying to find something wrong with something that he's done, I can't really find fault with Mr. McKnight. I can't. So I'm on his side. All of that being said, I'll go ahead and land right there.
I think you're on
think
point.
it's unanimous that the black delegation accept Mr. McKnight.
Yeah, I think this is literally a situation where he just hasn't done anything wrong. And at the end of the day, there is a level of entitlement that because you were somebody to me at some point, you have to take care of me forever. Y'all, if I'm divorced, I'm divorced. Now, I don't believe in divorce. So I don't even think my wife would be alive, you know what I'm saying, if I was divorced. But real talk, if I'm divorced, I'm divorced, which means I'm not taking on responsibility for a bunch of people I'm no longer attached to. Sure, I would take care of my children until they're adults, but what would I teach my children? How to make it in life without me. I think you cannot be a good parent, in my opinion, if you would not teach your children how to make it without you. That's what you're supposed to do as a parent. So my children should be good on that note. Now, if you interrupt me teaching my children that, and you somehow we get in a position where they can't make it on their own, that's literally the woman's fault. Because my goal as a father would be to make sure my kids don't need me. That would be my literal goal as a father. Okay, and I wouldn't change that for anybody. All right, that's just real talk. Now they adults and even have a feeling, because I'm not gonna say these people can't make it. They just feel like they can't make it. Y'all, some feelings are real and some are made. You Brian McKnight Jr., bro, I don't know what else you need to be able to quote unquote make it. If you can't use that alone, you a goofball. And that's just real talk. Now, the people close to you may not tell you that because they may not like you like that. Maybe they're jealous of you. But, bro, if you can't use being Brian McKnight Jr. to become a successful man, you was an absolute goofball. Real talk. And I guess you deserve failure if you can't figure that out, because that's pretty simple. Go sing if that's what you want to do. Go start a podcast about something that you're passionate about, not about your daddy, and just go make it, bro. It's not that hard. You got to get a job at some point. Now I done did a story about you and your brother years ago when he set you up in the apartment. Y'all didn't want to pay the bills, bro. You got to work at some point. You a grown man. The rest of the world ain't gonna look at you like your mama is. And any man in these type of positions, y'all got to understand the rest of the world, we got our own bills to pay. We ain't studying you like that. You can't be out here as no grown man not wanting to pay no bills, trying to relax all the time and think you're supposed to get stuff because you exist. Nobody deserves anything. And that's
Oh,
just
you can live like that, Roger. You absolutely can. You absolutely can
well,
live
yeah, I
like
guess
that.
technically you can.
With
If you want.
proper planning of the revenues that's coming in from the man that's giving it. See, they thought it was a faucet. That's what they thought it was going to be, a lifetime faucet. I don't have to do nothing productive. I can just get this money whenever I want and just jack thousands of dollars that people like myself, it was in that position. People like yourself was in that position, would have took them resources and to the moon. You hear me? To the moon. I got something to prove. What? You didn't did that one? Okay, well, I got that's the bar, right? We have the energy to want to meet that, but all your kids ain't like that. And that could have been from the mom, and maybe even could have been from him. They started that trajectory of entitlement. You don't have to work hard. And obviously it spilt out into as an adult now. Here you are an adult and you still tripping off of nothing. Absolutely nothing. And
Well,
you have all the opportunity still in the world to capitalize on who you are. And for whatever reason, that's not the focus, right? The focus is to how you feel, vanity, if nothing else. You see what I'm saying? So, hey, it is what it is. I'm glad it ain't me.
and you know what? I'm gonna say this to him, and hopefully he do hear it. He made a point. He said, "Y'all don't know my father. Y'all just like this the music. The nigga could sing." However, he said, "You right, bro. I like your daddy music. I don't know you, don't know nothing about you outside of negative things." Because I done had multiple channels. I literally did a story about how you and your brother wouldn't do what y'all needed to do as men. And y'all was already grown. Matter of fact, if my memory's correct, you might have already been past like 26, 27 at that particular point when he still trying to push you to be a grown man. So you're right. I do like your dad. I like your daddy music. Your daddy done been a good example out here. I ain't seen you do nothing, even though you come from your father. You then had all type of opportunities that I'm gonna say I'm a regular person. Okay, you had opportunities that I couldn't even dream about, and you ain't do nothing with it. It's your job to surpass your father. I say that to every black man. You're supposed to surpass your father. Girls are supposed to be able to surpass their mothers. Bro,
Right.
don't look like you own that. It look like you being lazy. It look like you being trifling. It look like you being salty because you want to spend money that you didn't earn.
Can I
Now,
interject something? Can I interject something right quick? Because I didn't even notice until I just looked it up.
go ahead, brother.
Brian McKnight legally changed his name to fit his son with his second wife. So initially, the son was named Brian Kanoa McCullough Jr. So that was his name. He went back and legally changed his name to have his middle names to fit him.
Well, you know what?
That is not a decision you make lightly. When you make a decision like that, because this dude is supposed to be Brian McKnight Jr. So he is basically saying by in that act, he is utterly rejecting this dude as being the caretaker of his legacy. That's what he's saying. He's saying that he does not want that son or the other one, rest in peace to him. He does not want them to be the stewards and the caretakers of his legacy. And it makes sense because they're trying to tear it down. He does not want them at all to have anything to do with anything regarding his legacy. That is
Okay,
a
but
major
those still
major
your
move.
sons at the end of the day. Them still your. I get it.
No,
Now
no,
that's where his.
you're
No,
talking
no.
about
So
you're talking
Hold
about
on,
to
hold
a
on.
degree, as a
biologically. No,
dad,
hold on. No, you're talking about biologically. You have a right.
Hold on,
But
but to a degree, as the dad, the legacy
hold
builder,
on.
you should dumb
No,
proof your
no,
kids.
no. You
You
can
know how
just
they gonna act.
you
If they
can
acting
hold
a
on.
fool, that's still a part of you.
You don't
So
have to
you should have
leave
enough
an
wherewithal
inheritance.
to get them
You don't
prepared,
have
right?
to leave an inheritance for them if you
It's
choose
not an
not to. That's
inheritance.
within
I
your
don't want
power.
to.
Yes, it
Hey,
is.
I'm gonna
Well,
give
no,
you
no.
this,
Hold on. We
and
can't
we
we
gone.
can't talk. Hey, but you got to let him make his point to rebut the point. We can only do it one at a time. I
I
get
got it.
you want to say something. Let him make his point. Then we can get into a rebuttal. All right, go ahead, Rael.
I'm saying this in terms of a legacy perspective. Fathers choose who they want to maintain their legacy. Sometimes a father will skip over his own sons and choose his son in law to be the caretaker of his legacy because that's within his right. He holds the power, not the child, not the sons, not the daughters. It's the man's legacy. If you want your own legacy, if you don't agree with how your father does with his legacy, then you go start your own legacy. You start your own, but you don't get to dictate to your father who he decides who gets to wield the power of his legacy. Period. That's just the way it goes.
I agree. I agree with that totally. I do. Um, it's to me when you legacy building, when you building anything, you want to. I guess this is so. This is how I build mine. These are my kids forever. And it ain't nothing that they gonna do to me or for me, and maybe that's wrong as a dad, I don't know, but it ain't too much that they gonna do that's gonna make me be like, you know what, I'm just totally getting ready to leave you for the wolves. You get what I'm saying? Aside you trying to take my life or something of the sort, but it ain't nothing that you gonna do, because the same way I felt for you before you got here is the same way I'm probably even more partial about my kids now. Now everybody feel different about their kids. So with that feeling is okay, I know that one day there's a possibility that you will not hit these goals that I would want you to hit. So instead of setting you up with a life of whatever it is, hey, I want to make sure certain things in your life are already there for you, right? Not only for you, this is helping me. Because why do I want to pay rent in the future for you, your sister, your brother? You get what I'm saying? That's several rents as a dad. I'm thinking that I might have to help on several light bills. I might have to help on several. You get what I'm saying? Even if I had capacity to want to do that, I don't want to do that. I want that to take care of itself. So me being me should set them up, even if they end up crackheads, excuse my vernacular, right? They have a situation that's set up that's distant from me, but it takes care of them. Him and being in business, that's to me on both ends, it's really personal, because I'm sure he set them up with places to live, generate ways to make money where he don't even have to do nothing. They could just set $1 million in an account and you got interest for the rest of the year for a modest lifestyle. So again, I'm sure he's done that, and in certain ways, that's really true legacy building. I know these kids is gonna do something stupid. So even if you don't work, if you don't do anything, you got this right here, right, coming in. And so there has to be means of something where he said, you know what, I won't even allow you to get that right there. But that's proper legacy building, is to dumb proof your kids. So whatever they do in life, they can move on, right? Whatever decisions they decide to make. And if you feeling like it's gonna hinder your legacy, then you still set it up as a mechanism to benefit for you. Everything is a benefit for you if you set it up properly.
All right.
I'm talking general. I don't want to, say too much, but I'm just speaking
Well,
generally.
I'm
It's
gonna come back
all
and
I,
on your
I,
rebut that
mom.
after the
It's
other
all
people
on
go.
well,
you,
yeah.
legacy builder.
I,
So
I
you
got
should
I
put
got to
those
jump in.
protections in there.
Uh, all right.
If you know these
Hold
things could
fast. Hold fast.
possibly happen.
I got to jump in real quick. I'm gonna say because and we'll probably come back to this in a minute. But I'm gonna remind folks: legacy is not your children. Your children are lineage. Your legacy could be controlled by your lineage, but not necessarily.
Exactly.
A lot of variables can come into play. But Black Rule is back, so I want to go ahead and give him the mic right now. Perfect time. We'll get you right after, and then we'll get Champion right after. Right after that. Go ahead, Black Rule. Real quick. Y'all get
Well,
the likes up. Y'all stop being stingy with them likes. Come on now. Y'all got the best show on social media and y'all tripping. Get them likes up. Go ahead, Black Uru.
Well, let me preface whatever I say. Is my connection horrible as it
No,
was
you great now.
before?
No. Now it's back like in the
Or,
old days. Now you, I don't know what you did, but it was the right thing.
uh, I think I, first of all, I tend to be very hesitant to over editorialize about deeply personal family issues that go public because I just know too much about children and family and wives and whatever. It's there's almost never a clear cut villain or victim or hero or whatever in these situations. Very often it's much more complicated in that people are become hurt. They react. In some cases they overreact, which then produces a response in which the other party overreacts, and on and on and on. uh, because I've heard I've read some 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 surprising things about Brian. Just for example, I read that at some point he said that his sons were born in sin. Now, prior to that point, apparently him and his sons had good relations. I remember seeing them at events together and music things. They seem to have a good relationship. And but then at some point it became estranged, apparently based in part because he got married, and then there was some issues there, and at some point he he has a Brian McKnight Jr. with his first wife, but now he's got Brian McKnight Jr. with his second wife. So again, when I see and hear and read that kind of thing, that makes me pull back a little bit and just makes me think just a lot of mistakes are being made across the board here. And when you are the husband, prior, ex-husband or prior husband, first father of this family, then father of this new blended family, you do have to bear some responsibility for that level of breakdown. And you know, there's just no way I'm celebrating the lawsuit on my dead son's birthday. I'm just not doing any shit like that. There's just no scenario in which I can justify doing that. Look, if the woman libeled him in her book, so be it. That's a business issue. I get it. I'm not necessarily celebrating that. I just think that's an immature thing to do. It's an unnecessary antagonizing thing, particularly for a man to do. Yeah, of course, sue her. She damaged your reputation, your earning capacity. Assuming it's legitimate. I haven't read the book. I don't know what was said. I don't know what was libelous or whatever. But he won the case, so apparently there was just cause for that. I get it. I'm not celebrating it publicly, and I'm definitely not celebrating it on my dead son's birthday. So I do think, if we're going to talk about again private family issues, and like I say, I'm suspicious of doing that. Then I mean, he was the man in all of these situations. He's the elder man. He's a father in all these situations. And one of the reasons why I'm not religious and I'm very suspicious about religious is, man, Negroes have a tendency to do shit and then quote Jesus and they done washed all their sins away. And this guy was raised, I think his father was a pastor. He was raised in the church, but then he became an R&B singer. And we know how R&B singers get down. I'm sure there were lots of sins in Brian's, history. And it's not for me to necessarily judge or forgive them for it, but there's just too much there for me to think any one particular party of this thing is entirely innocent, and any particular party this thing is. And by the way, there's a daughter somewhere that wasn't his wife that nobody ever talks about. You know, so it just again, I don't want to even necessarily know this. I mean, I would just rather, again, this is private family stuff that never should have gone public. And I am suspicious of the efforts. I'm critical of the son. I don't like what the son did, but I can understand the son feeling some kind of way about his father celebrating successfully suing his mother on his dead brother's birthday. I can definitely understand why the brother would not appreciate that. Now we can debate whether he should have gone public with it and then saying whatever he, I'm gonna somehow be spiteful or vengeful towards my father. Well, that don't necessarily work either. But then technically now I'm no longer Brian McKnight Jr. Apparently the new son is Brian McKnight Jr. So again, it's a messy, messy thing, and I I I do think he bears some responsibility for what this thing is and has become.
I appreciate that. Shout out to you for that. Perfect timing. You got the flow, my brother.
Salute. How's everybody doing? Good morning, everybody.
I'm making it, brother. I've got to make sure my junior's still in place. I didn't know niggas could lose their juniors.
Well, I don't think his junior got lost. His junior got fired. The junior got fired. And that's really what I want to speak to. I want to say first, thank you, Black Uru, for that. I think when I listen to Black Uru speak, I really, I don't know if the word is jealous, but it's like, it's clear that Black Uru benefited from something that all of us didn't benefit from, right? And I don't know, I'm not going to say they wasn't always ratchet, but I don't know if they was ratchet to the point they was this ratchet. Like one example is it Marquise? And this is not, so I want to give Brian McKnight his props. This is a great topic, Roger. This is a great Black manosphere topic because Brian McKnight is showing men how to be men. Yeah, you could have somebody be related to you, but that don't make them family. And we've talked about this. This is like a pillar of the Black manosphere because this is how Black men get played in this current generation. Not Black Uru, where he came from, but the Black women we dealing with, like Marquise mom, 50 Cent son, like the type of Black women that would get you murdered, set up, robbed, killed, shot, and laugh at you and have your own prodigy, like your own son, laugh at you too. Like this is a different era we live in. So I'm extremely proud of Brian McKnight for showing and teaching Black men that you are the CEO, you are the boss, and you dictate who is family. Like if you grow up in a family in a house, the other day, Roger, you said something about your grandfather. That shit touched me, bro, because that makes sense after how I know you and understand you, right? So those of us, Rael, his intimate stories about those of us with grandfathers understand this theme. Your monkey ass ain't family just because you related. I lived through the crack era. Your monkey ass get on crack, you not family no more. And yeah, I'll have a new son and rename him and bye, you fired. This is what being a father is. This is why family is business. Going back to Fredo. Fredo had to go because if Fredo didn't go, Michael would not have been a Mobilari. He never would have made it to a Mobilari if he didn't know how to handle family business. This is business. Brian McKnight handled business. He didn't act like no cuckold Negro. I love her. I love Black women. And just let Tasha K and everybody stomp all over him. Tasha K need to watch her mouth because she broke now. Old Cardi 15. Brian McKnight need to sue her too because that's business. This is family business. You could have been my son, but I dictate who is in my family. The Rothschilds, the Kennedys, man, you get excommunicated. We've seen white people excommunicate. You are not family. You could be related. It's a lot of people who are LaToya Jackson, excommunicated. She's still a Jackson. You ain't family though. Right? And I mean, come on, man. I think we've been missing it, man. I've been busy, so I've been listening, but man, y'all don't understand why Roger did this? Like we talking on Mars. He did this because this is a Black man. That's an example of how you handle your shit. CEO family. And yes, I tap dance on that bitch. Yes, I tap dance on that bitch because them kids wasn't my kids. It make me think about Ricky Smiley and his son. And when Ricky Smiley said, don't feel bad about these kids. Because I had a friend, grew up in Alabama in church, and his son came back home with his friend and they killed both parents just to steal the flat screen TVs. And they raised the boy in church. There was no explanation for what happened. We live in a different time. And if you don't get this, you will be under a freeway. I dictate for a long time, brothers. You know, I pay more in child support than people make in a year. And these niggas don't even talk to me. And fuck them kids, man. The best thing I did was before my grandmother passed away, she said, you got to let that shit go so you can have a new family. And like Brian McKnight, I got a new family. Loving wife, loving children, never had it before. But my grandmother taught me and told me, you ain't gonna have that because like we talked about with Santana, you can't have something without letting go of something else. When God closes the door, he open the window. Yeah, I have a new family. And them motherfuckers that left me and dogged me is not my motherfucker. You know I would be a damn fool to let, the other day, my wife, I would not let these grown kids in my house just because they're my son. I have a 5-year-old daughter now. I don't trust them niggas. I didn't raise them niggas. They nowhere in hell they would sleep in my house right now. And they my sons. That's all, man. This is basic black manosphere. Shout out to Brian McKnight. Shout out to 50 Cent.
And to add to that, because in these type of situations, because it's something that I was saying earlier in alignment with Black Uru, which is the reason why I was saying family stuff should be private. But if y'all decide, the court of public opinion, let's just take away from all groups of people and let's just say Black people as a collective, as a court of public opinion. In this scenario, who is more than likely going to be the villain? Is it going to be the mother or is it going to be Brian McKnight? We already know that answer. It doesn't matter what happened. It's going to be some kind of way where it's on him. Now, I'm going to use his own words where he says in his estimation what has led up to this. Now, this is something that was a article based. This is off the Ricky Smiley show, and I'm gonna drop the link in the chat after because I'm not gonna read the whole article, but I'm gonna just read aspects of it. Because they initially went public online. Okay, they went public online saying the stuff about him. So they took it to the public airwaves, and once they took it to the public airwaves, at that point it's open season. And so he admitted that his relationship, was strange. And the name of his Instagram video was titled "Today's Nonsense." And he said that the one thing he did that he wished he didn't was instill a feeling of entitlement in them. Okay. He said, quote, I guess one of my only faults is that I gave my children everything I didn't have in hopes that they would appreciate it because I know how much I would have appreciated it when I was their age, he said in a 7-minute video. Now, clearly, he wanted to do good things for them. You know what I'm saying? And many parents make this mistake in terms of this is why I say like Christmas is kind of like in Black America is like a makeup holiday where you do such a poor job of parenting, you use Christmas to make up for the whole year type thing. And so, but he was saying from a perspective of their upbringing, he wanted to give them access to things he never had access to. Now that's commendable. That's not a negative thing for a father to do. That's a commendable thing. But he acknowledged that what he did in thinking that he was supposed to give them things led to a sense of entitlement. He said he said he cut his adult sons off financially when they were 25 and 22. So we're talking about 25 and 22. You know what I'm saying? Now, when I was 22, I was in college. I was married. You know what I'm saying? I was doing my thing. he said he gave them an apartment and gave them a 2-year period to get jobs and become independent and financially stable. After 2 years, they hadn't done that, and their father stopped financially supporting them as he had promised. He said his wife, his new wife, who he married in 2017, she even tried to help them get on their feet, but their response to her was like a spit in the face, a spit in her face. He said she offered both of his sons. Now they're not even her, that's not her blood, but on the strength of him, she offered him, both of them, 2 jobs at the local children's hospital where she worked, but they both declined the offer because they didn't want to stop smoking weed. He said he added that Brian Jr. had even broken into his home a few months ago and vandalized a wedding photo of him and his new wife and placed a wedding photo of his mother, Julie McKnight, and father on Leilana's vanity. Man, they lucky this nigga ain't fucking killed him. Those niggas is lucky.
Come on.
That's dangerous.
Are y'all serious?
Okay, now this different.
Like,
Y'all
really?
repeat what I said
Come on,
Is
just
this
now.
true?
And they,
Oh
Nah,
and
my
bro.
it's
God.
so
Nah,
yeah,
bro.
it's all hands off at that
No,
point.
right. This type of stuff
And
has
you
happened
want
because I read some reports about this, but I got to get these new guys in, and y'all keep in mind with some of the older folks. I did do a show about him and how he set his kids up, and they just wasn't trying to get on business. The man been pushing them to get a work ethic for years now. It's hard for me to see Brian at fault in these situations. Him celebrating at the time he celebrated? Yeah, again,
So,
I can acknowledge that was petty. That
so
was very petty.
Brian did Brian raise them? He didn't raise them, right? Or did he
No, no,
not? Or
him and
because
the
from what I understand, their parents were together for 10 or so years. So uh, he didn't instill any of his good Christian work ethic in his sons.
that's what I'm saying. To me, what it looks like is that he was trying to do that, and I think this is just what I think happened. I think she was against that and was teaching something else.
Correct.
He was trying to give him work ethic, but the children were spending time with him. He's an R&B singer. He's leaving. He's doing videos. He's doing press conferences. He's doing music tours. She was not on the same page with him and did what she wanted to do with them being raised. That's what I really believe.
Roger, I want to.
I mean,
hold on.
I think that's a convenient position to take on that. I mean, a lot of people are in Denzel Washington's sons, very productive young men. Denzel, very busy, traveling, making movies or whatever. His son's an actor, very productive young man. Now, Denzel stayed married to their mother. They maintained a stable relationship. It's a lot of productive people who in the entertainment business who raise productive children who do things either in the industry or do things outside of the industry. They have productive people. I mean, I think it's kind of convenient to just excuse Brian from, you got not one but 2 sons. One of them's bears your name, your namesake. I mean, again, because it's family business, I don't know. I'm uncomfortable talking about it, but I'm also uncomfortable excusing him for what has happened with his son.
No, I'm not trying to excuse him. I'm saying this is my belief of where it came from. Him and the wife was not on the same page, and I think because they wasn't on the same page, all this stuff came out. She's supposed to be supporting whatever he's doing as far as leading his family, and I don't think she did it. So I'm not excusing him. He's in a better place now. I'm just gonna say that, but I'm not gonna say too much because I got new people who need to get in, and I got somebody named Watermelon Coon coming up. That's why I had to change the screen because it could be our boy, but I don't know. I don't know. So Watermelon Coon, you got the flow.
I'll salute you, Roger.
Okay, I had to make sure.
Oh my God.
Fried chicken watermelon coke.
Yeah, I had to make sure it was
It's
him,
a
though. I had to
total
make sure.
violation. It's total violation, man.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Roger. Peace to the guys on the panel. To all the Japanese niggas on the panel and the chat. Oops.
Okay.
Y'all ain't gonna like what I gotta say, but I would appreciate if you can just respect where I'm coming from.
But before you say it, let me say this real quick, y'all. I gotta get Champion because he ain't had a chance to speak, and the name's protagonist is here who has also not had a chance to speak.
Oh no, then they can go first. It's all good. It's all good. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You got it. Y'all got
Okay.
it. I'll wait my turn.
Okay, well then Champ, go ahead.
Happy Wednesday. Can't believe we're halfway towards, the weekend and everything else. But I have to say, this is a really, at first when I read about this story, I sided with Brian. Then I didn't side it with him because of the fact that he went on TikTok, I believe, and announced that he was awarded $8 million, and he did it on the anniversary of his son passing. But after reading all this information about the alleged estranged son, vandalizing his home and just destroying everything that just destroying stuff and everything, vandalizing stuff and all that, and then putting a picture of his mother in his living room like that. I'm surprised that he didn't call the cops and have him arrested. Really am. If he wanted to, he probably could have used probably used deadly force on his own son. I mean, it's sad to say, but he probably could have. And I have to say, this is also one of the things I really don't like about social media is how the ex post stuff on social media. They've been divorced since 2003, and you get, I think it was Jaguar Wright, who's related to Brian McKnight's wife and everything else, that just did this tell-all book and everything else. And I mean, I just don't like when mothers do that, just to try to destroy the family. And then what you're doing is that you're doing a lot more harm to your own children like that, because they're going to grow up having this, just having this dysfunctional behavior, towards the father and everything else, who loves you and everything else and is trying to provide for you and help you. I mean, if the father gives you $100,000 for you and everything, but then next thing you know, 3 years later you spend it and everything, why should I help you? I gave you $100,000 for you to, to save and everything else, get you a job or do something, do for self and everything, start a business, but you want to go ahead and just trick on the money. You're next thing you know, you're broke. Well, son, I can't help you and everything. So, I mean, if you could curse me out all if you want, and if you want to continue on doing that, then I'm just going to have to let you go. I mean, that's where the situation with Brian McKnight was and everything else. I try to do everything I can. I try to help you out and everything. And, I have a father and everything. I usually come at odds with my dad on issues and everything else, but I still love him. I still love him and I care for him and everything else. That's why I go up there and talk to him every Sunday and everything else. We have disagreements when it comes to political views and all that type of stuff. But at the end of the day, you're supposed to love your father and everything else and take some advices from him and everything else. You may want to do it your way. He may want you to do it in his way and everything else, but you have something that you feel that you have a gift for yourself and everything else. If you have that gift, you're supposed to use it to your advantage and everything else. And I think what Brian McKnight was doing for his son, I think he did everything he could for his sons, and they just screwed it up. And they're pissed off with him and everything else. And the fact that they just vandalized his house and everything else and doing that to their stepmom, that's just horrifying. So I'm going to land my plane. I'm going to let
I'm gonna let somebody else talk. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I'm gonna say this real quick from Chef Mike, and then we're gonna get nameless in. Chef Mike says, when helping you begins to hurt me, I can no longer help. And I think that's as real as it gets, y'all. That's as real as it gets, because I'm the same way. When it starts to hurt me, I'm gonna let it go. Now I can understand a father going through stuff extra years trying to get his sons to act right. But at some point in time, as a man, I got to respect that you are a man and you got to live with your decisions. And I'm gonna have to walk away. That's real talk. But Nameless, you got it, my brother.
Hot sauce, go ahead first. I'll go right after you.
No, it's okay. I'm doing something at the moment.
Well, and so since you guys are kind of figuring out who's going to go, I'm driving. So you guys mind if I make a point real quick?
All right, I'll go ahead after you, fam.
Yeah. So just real quick. So as it relates to Brian McKnight and his sons, or I don't know if he has a daughter, but basically the issues that he has with his kids, they actually have time to work this out. So I don't know if you guys are familiar with Boris Kodjoe, right? He's the one that's married to Nicole Larry Parker. But I just saw an interview with him, with Ryan Clark, and he was talking about how his father kind of left his life, and he had some issues with that, and it affected him psychologically. So he tried to be a good father to kind of make up for it. And then later on, about 10 years before his father passed away, his father came back into his life, got into his grandkids' life, and they kind of made up. Now, it wasn't complete, but I mean, there was some resolution there. He felt better about it because they were able to kind of, get back together and, make up for some lost time. So his sons actually have time to do that. And I've talked about this with other people who kind of have issues with their parents or at least their father. And I say, hey, look, man, you're young, your father's still alive, take that opportunity to see if you guys can come together and, make up that difference so that way you can make up for lost time. So when you see people going through that, try to encourage them to do that so that way they can kind of, get some benefit out of it. And I'll go ahead and land right there. Thanks, Roger.
No problem. I'm just gonna say real quickly. Usually, if people have issues with their parents, a lot of times it's just you acting like you're your parents' peer, which you're never going to be. And that's real talk. You waste a lot of time because you think you're your parents' peer, and you're never going to be that. Go ahead, the name is protagonist.
To the chat and the instructors on the panel. Os.
Hold on, let me read. I said on this panel, y'all, we gonna unmute and we gonna say os. Come on now. What's wrong with y'all?
Come on.
Os.
It's all
No, it's not all good, man.
Let's do it all collectively.
Come here with this positive thing, this extremely positive thing, and we ain't gonna be really positive with you. Yeah, we gonna unmute and say os around here. Okay.
That's the father right there. That was the father, everybody, getting the family together. What? On count of three. What we gonna do it on three? Come on, let's do it.
All right, yeah. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, come on now. And after Nameless, I'm gonna get Kevin in because he wanted to say something a while ago. So I'm gonna get you in right after Nameless, Kevin. All right, go ahead, Nameless.
So a lot of what I wanted to say.
I'm supposed to go after Kevin, right?
We didn't know how long you were going.
Yeah, we didn't know how long you were gonna be. Yeah. If you want to go before Kevin, that's fine. If you want Kevin, or you can go before after. That's up to you. You got the privilege.
Before him, so he got to wait his turn.
You know that Negro gonna spite me. Don't give him no options. He gonna spite me. You know this.
It did sound personal.
Go back to that oil and water, man.
It did sound personal.
Oh man. Okay. So I'll try to be real brief because you guys touched a lot of the points that I wanted to get to, and I left some links in the chat to sort of clarify the point. All I'm gonna say is this. I agree on the notion that I mislike this situation because it appears messy and we shouldn't have any business knowing about this. But the moment these things go public, now it becomes everybody's business. And again, with things like this, I like putting the black light to it. What I mean by that is I observe what's not being said and I reverse the roles. I ask myself, if the ex-wife was doing what McKnight was doing, would they care? And then if they cared, what would be the order of give a damn as it relates to the weight that would be applied to the actions that were done. And when I do the compare and contrast, I look at the overall fact of the matter of the decade they were together. He did what he's supposed to do. Everything else we hear and see that's a complaint sounds like every complaint we have ever heard from most modern women about men that are high powered or men that acquire high power throughout their relationship. And you know that once you hit a certain amount of economic status, there's a level of difficulty you have to go through and maintain, and that the woman you're with, she's either going to be a force multiplier or a force dissipation modality. That's there. And sometimes you don't know until you're in that situation. You may get somebody and they seem completely down until all of a sudden they're not. You may get somebody and they seem like they may struggle, but then they put it together. You know, you could look at Method Man's girl as an example of that. We've got other examples. Michael Jai White's wife, man, she's out here doing movies with him now. I think Uru mentioned Denzel Washington. Like we've got plenty of interviews where those two are beaming together on camera. You know what I'm saying? This is juxtaposed to the many examples we have now. Aisha Curry coming to mind, of a lot of women that are upset that they couldn't ride the ownership inertia of acquiring a dude and their assets, and when they exercise agency to move on, recontextualizing, omitting information, and trying to socially reappropriate their family scenario. And I think what this did was, this was something that should have been kept behind closed doors, but the door was left open. And when he made his statement, okay, it was a jab, but what does she respond with? The typical thing we can see happening in the projects every day. The same thing we see happen in the middle class America in the courtrooms every day. The same goofy stuff we see being put on social media that's being glorified and put on talk shows every single day. And it runs through the same formula. Last point I'll make on that is the common denominator still seems to be, you've got this ADOS black female, dude with assets, tries to make it for a certain time, leaves for whatever reason, rebuilds with somebody else, and reinstitutes his legacy with another person, and invokes the law of just because we're related don't mean we're family. And it's a problem all of a sudden. I just see that these situations rhyme with each other. And I think it's important to kind of understand that nuance, because the perspective is going to be what distorts the reality behind a lot of these things. There is a lot of rhyming happening here.
Well said. Well said. Okay.
Well, Kevin can go since he's whining. Let him go.
Wow. Kevin, you got the mic as a whiner? Do you want it as a whiner? Or?
Wow. Yeah, I want it. I want it. Oh, am I coming in loud and clear? I'm in the mountains. I want to make sure.
Yeah. No, you fine. You fine.
Okay. I'm a little disappointed in some of us. Once again, I stand with Brian McKnight. So 3 quick points. You know you can be related to losers. No matter how good of a leader you are, no matter how great of a father you are, no matter how good of a coach you are, no matter how good of a mentor you are, your children can still decide to be losers. So we need to accept the fact that maybe his children just decided to be losers, and he disowned them. Point 2. Remember in the Bible, God said, have you considered my servant Job? And in the end, his wife said, why don't you just curse God and die? And at the time, Job could have been considered the greatest follower of God alive, biblically speaking. His wife still turned out to be a loser. No matter how good of a leader, provider he was, she turned out to be a loser. And finally, my final point. When the eagles hatch their hatchlings and they grow feathers and all this other stuff and they become mature, they push them out the nest from great heights. If they fly, they become eagles. If they don't, They're no longer eagles. They're dead. The man pushed them out the nest. They didn't fly. Why does he have to continue leading people who don't want to be led? We need to get comfortable with the fact that this black man made a decision when it came to his family. And we need to honor from man to man his decision. We ain't got to like it, but we need to honor that black man when he said, you know what? They no longer carry my legacy. They no longer carry my name. We need to honor that black man for having the courage to make that decision. And we need to get comfortable with black men making uncomfortable decisions when it comes to his family and his legacy. And I land my plane there.
I want to make one point of correction, Kevin. He
Go ahead.
didn't disown them. He estranged them. I think that's a word worth exploring.
I like that.
I like that term. I like that term because, you know, he did everything he did, you know, to become a good father, and they just tore it up by vandalizing his place like that. So,
correction noted, correction made.
Do you keep letting the crackhead in the house?
Can I
the crackhead in the house or not?
Can I begin now or
yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I'm done whining. I'm done whining.
All right, thank you, Brokeback Mountain. All right, so
y'all worse than the McKnight.
So first I want to say this. So, everything Rael talked about, I'm just gonna disregard that. I'm just gonna ignore. I never heard that. Second point is I'm gonna say this. Just see, when we get money, we do nigger rich stuff. Throwing money and offering opportunities to children that we did not groom for success, right? It results in failure. I'm gonna say that again. When we get rich, we do nigger rich shit. Offering opportunities to people we have not groomed results in failure. First and foremost, when Brian McKnight left their mother, okay, that's a hurt piece, but we can get over that. Now he's with this Asian woman, and this Asian woman treated him better than he ever been treated before. I get it. She tasting ass grease and all types of stuff. But violation number one, this nigga named their kids the exact same names of them. So not only does this man have the audacity to get with a non-black woman, keeping the money outside the black community, this nigga is giving them the same exact names. So of course he's going to get robbed. Of course I'm going to put my mother's name or my mother's picture back there. You're wiping me out. You're replacing me. Then on top of that, you do the most diabolical thing you ever could do. You throwing jabs on your dead son's birthday. That is beyond forgiveness. So at the end of the day, how everything goes down, whatever, but there's just some things that you just don't do. And because he was petty enough to do this on his dead son's birthday, that also gives me reasonable doubt, truth teller if you listening, reasonable doubt, fucker, that this dude was a shitty father. Shitty fathers do shitty things, and doing petty stuff on your dead son's birthday is a very shitty thing to do. I'll pass the mic back.
Yo, that was the 13 yogic forms of reaching, dowsing, breathing, form 56. Dog, what?
That nigga went the long way around to say, "Your mama black."
You sure did. Oh yeah, he did a longer version of that.
So hold on. So you telling me it's kosher to throw jabs on your dead son's birthday?
I'm
That's what
gonna
you're
say
doing?
what it is, Coach.
Fam,
I'm gonna say what it is,
Woodward,
Coach.
Kobe. I mean,
Uh,
this.
I
Wait.
mean, bro, this stuff happens all the time. So this is like it's cool when they do it, but it's a problem when I do it.
Right.
No, 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 no.
I
Yeah.
am not. No, I'm not saying anybody should be petty, but come on now. Somebody writing a book about you, and you've been divorced for more than a decade. But now we tripping because I'm making an announcement on the dead son's
How,
birthday.
No, I'm
how
just
many
saying.
how
I'm
many
just saying.
punches he supposed to take, man? How
The,
many
the,
punches he supposed to
hold on.
take?
Hold on.
Shoot,
Yeah.
The dead son that you interrupt me trying to help this guy get medical attention. Even though I said
I'm,
I'm done with y'all, I still tried to put some money behind some medical attention for him, and that was the problem. I mean, how much the man's supposed to take before he punched back?
what I'm saying is that shoot at the person who's shooting at you. His son is dead. Why he's shooting that way? That's all I'm saying, bro. It's a shitty move, and it's not. And I'm not saying it's only shitty when black men do it. I'm saying it's shitty when anybody does it.
I'm not
You
saying it was.
no,
I'm
you're
not saying
missing
it
the
was a good
point.
move.
I
I'm
mean,
not saying it was
Another
a good
human
move.
can.
why are you
Another
sta-
human
You
why are
condition
you
issue.
styling? Why are you styling on their
Mister.
mother on their dead brother's birthday? Why? What's the point of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so
What's the
so
point
here's
of
the
that?
point that y'all
Yeah.
missing. It's a combined thing with the naming,
No, no, no,
bro.
no, no,
He's
no,
showing.
no, no, no. Hold on, wait a minute,
Go
wait a
ahead,
minute.
go ahead, go ahead.
But let's be men. Let's be men and acknowledge that that's not the thing to do.
That's not
That's not the
the thing
thing to
to
do.
that's
I mean,
not the thing to do.
that's
That
not
that
the.
ain't
Agreed.
That's
that.
not the. Don't give me
Agreed.
no but. Hold on, hold on.
Agreed.
Don't give me no
Agreed.
but. Don't give me no but, no nothing. I'm saying this from the perspective of a parent. There is no
Yes, sir.
scenario in any kind of bullshit, on any kind of bullshit that will happen between me and my wife that I'm going to call attention to it on my dead child's birthday. That just don't
Bars.
happen under any scenario. Ain't nothing she could have done that would make me do that.
So
But
I
you
want to
can't
say
make that
something.
call for him.
Wait, Kevin. Let me make that point too, because you both are speaking on two sides of the same issue. I think what we're looking at is, and this is my subjective opinion. Maybe some other folks share this perspective. I think this was done in lieu of something more extreme, and it was important that he wanted to codify a message to get at them directly. It was an attack. It was intentional. He was being petty.
Yes.
And I always ask, well, is that somebody, is that consistent with his everyday behavior, or was this done as a weaponized response in lieu of a more extreme action, which is how I view this. So I don't want to disregard what you're saying, Uru. I mean, looking at it from where we're seeing it, man, I wouldn't do anything like that. That's goofy. I'd rather say nothing than something like that, but that's me. And
But
I don't know what he
nameless,
went through to get to that point.
nameless,
There's-
nameless. He won. He won the case. $8
Right.
million. That bitch would
Right.
be
Right.
broke for the rest of her life. So
Right.
what? I mean, what
What's the
more
point?
styling do you have to do at that point?
I
I
don't
have an
know
answer.
what happened.
I
Yeah,
I
go
have
ahead.
a
Go ahead.
I have a quick answer. There's a message he's sending. He's sending the message by naming his new children the same as the old ones. I can replace you, but you can't replace me. That's the message he's sending.
And so my point still stands. That is a shitty move by a shitty person,
But that
right?
don't make him a shitty father, which is the
Yes,
point I
it
was
does.
saying was a reach.
Absolutely does,
No, it
bro.
doesn't.
How it doesn't change what he did from what was it?
If you,
03 to
if
2000
you,
something?
I mean, all the signs are there. If you're going to rename your children and you're going to take shots on your dead son's birthday, that just lets me know that how you raised them, because that is a character issue. And like Black Uru said, who is a parent, there is nothing that my wife could do that could make me go there unless I'm already that type of person. And see, that's what we're forgetting. We're forgetting the character of the thing. So while Kevin is up here talking about I'm missing a point, while this nigga's about to get deliverance up in the mountain, nigga, you need to be worried about missing a point. up there with those white boys.
I'm saying that sword cuts both ways. Y'all be going at it, man. It's crazy. What the fuck,
I mean,
y'all
this
do,
is a
Kevin?
It's
very.
personal. It's personal. It's just all we need to know,
I would say,
y'all.
guys, I
Between
would say
them two,
this
it's
though.
personal.
It ain't personal. I'm just saying. When you
The
step
altitude is affecting them.
when you step in the ring, with me in the debating ring, just know that I'm Kobe and you need 5 more niggas to stop me. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, when they go
But
low,
you know,
when they go
this
low,
is a sad. This
You
is
go lower.
very.
Is that it? God
Nigga out
damn.
here talking about you missing a point in the mountains. Up here about to get delivering.
Man, pause. God damn.
I know what it is. Anytime you make a point that he didn't think of, he be like, damn, why I ain't think of that? Now I got to say something crazy. That's
Guys,
all that
let
is.
me say this. Let me say this. This is a very sad reality what we're facing here in today's society and everything else. This is the type of situation that should have been kept private. It should have been kept private. It should have never been on social media and everything else. And because it's on social media and everything else, I mean, it's just a situation that's gotten worse and everything else, and it's going to get uglier and uglier in the next couple months and everything else, especially when Brian McKnight is going to be going up there, performing and everything else. You're going to see people protesting him and everything else because they're hearing the side of the mother and everything else, but they're not necessarily hearing his side of the story and everything else. I agree. I didn't like the fact that he was, smoking a cigar like that, being happy getting eight. I mean, yeah, you won $8 million, but on your dead father, on your dead son's anniversary, no, that's kind of creepy and everything. I guess he may have done that because he didn't like the fact that years back that he had his place vandalized like that by his own children. I mean, that's a terrible situation. But this is what social media has done. It has really pushed, the father and son and the ex just to the point that knives are drawn.
This ain't what social media did. This is just because of social media, we get to see some of it, and some of the information just coming out. These people are just people. I'm gonna say, look, not that I agree with doing something like that. I do accept that was extremely petty.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, I can understand where a man is coming from when you've tried to get people to do quote unquote right for more than a decade. You have people dispelling, you know what I'm saying? Well, putting bad information out there about you that we can't even confirm is true. Somebody put out a book about you more than a decade after you're married. It don't seem like nobody appreciates what Brian McKnight has done for them. And then being a father to a son that is in a very hurting position to have cancer, it's a whole lot just to even say you got cancer. But to imagine wanting to help your son and you actually got the resources so you can put your son in a better position. Not saying y'all can beat the cancer, but you literally got the resources to have your son fight for a better outcome, and then you get involved in that and you disrupt that. Y'all, I'm gonna have to say, when you do something where it affects my child, ain't nothing off the table at that point. I don't agree with what he did, but ain't nothing off the table. That's still my son at the end of the day that I didn't like anyway, that I already had to go through this whole thing about I'm going to have to move on from without y'all. That's a hurt man. When you got to leave your kids behind, you're hurting.
Yep.
I'm not going to say he's not hurt. He left his kids behind. There's something to that. And because he expressed it in a way that we don't like and don't get, I'm not saying it was right. I'm saying that's an extremely hurt man that he got to leave his kids behind.
Yeah.
And I would kill people over mine. So I got to accept something.
Yeah, I mean, he is hurt. He's really been hurt by all this and everything else.
Roger, one second.
I want to add something. I'll go out the
I want
house.
to say something really quick.
After you, brother.
Everybody know I am super petty, right? Probably the most petty person on this planet. Even I think some things are crossing the line. And when his wife keeping away from cancer and stuff like that, attack the wife, right? Attack the wife. I mean, the thing about it is, man, if my dad had other kids that named them after me, and I mean that the relationship is over. Bottom
I mean,
line.
the relationship was already over before all that started happening, though. The
And
man,
then on
he
top,
already put the work in. He
and
already
on,
tried to get them to certain places. They didn't follow. And truth
and
be
then on,
told, that is gonna hurt her. The fact that I make this announcement on your dead child's birthday is
on
probably one of
our
the worst legal things
there
I can do. Well, I'm just saying,
on
it's
there
probably one of the worst legal things I can do to you.
But that's what
no,
I'm talking about when
on
I
there.
say that
But
this
I
looked
mean,
like.
but the
Go
thing
ahead.
is, why? I mean, the thing about it is why do that? Because
if you allow
not
What
only,
I'm.
hold on, let me
Go ahead
land.
after you, champ.
Not only is it going to hurt you, but at the minimum, it's going to make me look like a jerk. To It's going to make me look like a jerk. So I passed the mic on that.
Go ahead,
So
cause I'll. Go ahead. Go ahead. Perfect.
real quick, what I wanted to add is we have to remember our climate, right? So there's another aspect to this, right? We have Diddy in prison, right? And you have to understand why everybody's asking why would he do this? The book, right? And Jaguar, right? And how the book was written in Tasha K. What comes from these books and these accusations? Lately, what's coming from these type of accusations for black men is a RICO trial or a SA charge. So I think he was celebrating the fact that we see it as a book, but it wasn't a book. That's not what Jaguar and Jazz and Tasha been doing. They've been doing hit pieces that's been resulting in lawsuits and criminal cases. So if the book alluded to anything like that, which his son just alluded to in that video that you linked, then he basically is saying to other lawyers and anybody who would come after him, I'm not no fish, I'm not food, and I'm not going down. And I won. It's not about the money because she ain't got the money. It's the fact that what was going to come. Y'all was going to try to put me in the criminal trick bag like y'all did Diddy, and now you don't got the foundation to do that. He is celebrating freedom. He in Europe. No, none of us even tripped off why and where he is. He in Europe because he understood what was coming next. Rico was coming next. He was about to get some felony charges based on what was in that book. But now what's in the book is fake. So he did that on that day. Now he won the case, so what's in the book can't be used in the prosecution. That's what we're missing.
That's why.
I definitely see that, and
I
you got a
I
point.
don't have a problem with him winning the case and
Right.
protecting himself legally. But I don't think a man who truly loves his dead son does that on the birthday. And you guys keep saying it's the anniversary. It's not the anniversary of the boy's death. The boy died earlier this year in May. He died in May. Just 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So I mean, you guys are conflating things here. Yeah, by all means, just destroy the ex-wife, protect yourself legally. Certainly do all that. But you don't dance on your fucking dead son's grave in the process.
That's fact.
That's the point I'm emphasizing here.
I don't think
hold on,
anybody.
hold
I
on.
wanted to
Go
say this
ahead,
before
Nate.
you
Go
came
ahead.
back up. I just want to highlight this and make it clear. What I'm saying is, he is a human being. There is ought and is. Fact number one, nobody needs to know about this crap. Number two, we do anyway. Number three, this stuff is generating money in the form of book sales and content creation on online platforms, the same way we've seen in talk shows all throughout the early 80s, late 90s, and the early 2000s. Number four, we don't know what he and his sons and the baby mother actually went through. That's the major problem. We don't know. We're calling foul because number one, he's a dude, and number two, he's a black dude. Number three, he's also the R&B archon that helps set up the simp economy. So there's a lot of irony involved in this. He's held to an elevated, higher level of expectation, which is expected, and we're seeing this play out. Number five, I am going to re-emphasize that we don't know what he's scaling down to. We have seen people crash out for less, way less, even after winning things. We see this happen in courts all the time. We see this happen with family circumstances that go out the freaking window. We don't know what he was downscaling from. And I just want to draw attention to that because I still think we're going to find out a lot more about this situation in the coming future. So I want to make it clear. I don't think, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think anyone agrees with what he did. And I also think that the majority of us up here understand that he did that in response to toning something down. Do we think that's emotional and petty? Absolutely. But we also aren't him. We don't also know the whole situation. And you can draw a hard line and say that's just something you never do, but people do it anyway. And
Well,
this is again something we were never supposed to know about.
I need to give you a little bit of pushback because, first of all, just because he's black and he's a man is not the reason why I'm going hard in the paint against him.
I didn't say you. I said most people that are talking about this now.
Okay, fine, but I don't. But even most people, I don't think most people are being activated because he's a nigger and he's male. I don't see that. I don't think most people are activated like that. I think what is something is that because most people, black people in general, are conservatives, and when you talk about someone dying, that's your blood. Like it's just a a road too far, and I just think that's what it is. And I think that what Black Uru is saying is pretty much on the money. He's on the money with that because he's not saying don't go after the woman, destroy her, whatever, right? But he's just saying that hey, that part is a line too far, and I think we are giving grace to that we shouldn't be giving grace to, because to me that's a character issue. To me, that's the character issue where you guys are saying, well, we don't know his shoes and we don't know what he's in. But hey, look, man, I'm an asshole and I do a lot of asshole stuff in real life.
Fam, we didn't say that. We didn't say that. We didn't say that. And I'm gonna say Tasha K.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Let's do this. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's do this. Let's let him land because he said he want to land. Let me hear from Perfect, and then let me hear from Rael because they was trying to get in.
I'm gonna go after Rael.
I just want to say this last point. Tasha K. Go ahead.
Let me land. So all I'm saying is that look, I do a lot of asshole things because hey, I'm an asshole, right? It's a character issue, and that's it. So when he did that, that showed his character, and because this is red pill content, and we're black male media, we tend to give grace to even some shit that shouldn't be given grace to. And I think this is one of the times that we should be unbiased. We should be unbiased and say, hey, despite being a black man, despite doing whatever, this one shouldn't be acceptable. And I'll land it there.
Can I add an extra perspective into this mix? When Brian, I'm reading this here, I don't know how true this is, but you know, when he got married to his current wife, he celebrated being happy about becoming a girl dad. Like, I'm happy, Joyce, thank you for making me a girl dad. Well, that's great. And this child's a grown woman. Here's the problem with that. Brian has a blood daughter by another woman, not his ex-wife, but by a whole other woman. Now, nobody ever talks about that. But you get married, you celebrate the daughter of some other man as making you a girl dad, while you yourself actually have a biological daughter that somehow is kind of excluded from all of this concern. And I don't, so I mean, stuff like that says to me unflattering things about Brian McKnight. It says that to me that he is trying to launder his past, and I understand it. You made mistakes, but God has rescued you now from your past transgressions, and you're just going happily into the future. That's fine, but that don't mean that you don't bear some guilt and some culpability of things that you've done yourself. Because again, this daughter did not come from the ex-wife. This was just a whole other different woman that he wasn't married to, and she's just kind of forgotten. I guess because now you're concerned about the daughter that was made by some Asian guy or something. So it's just when you observe everything he's done, like this is unique to like Hassos was saying, or whatever your name is today. I'm sorry.
Watermelon code.
Look, there are broader, manastier things, and we preserve and we want to protect it, and I get with that. But then there's the specific behavior and acts of the man himself that are not necessarily complimentary of him. It ain't got nothing to do with all of us as black men. It ain't got nothing to do with P. Diddy. It ain't got nothing to do with any other body other than him. I think he's done some shady shit that has helped to create and perpetuate this situation. And all the stuff in the social media, you think he's the only celebrity, black male celebrity, that's got a shitty ex-wife and problems with children? I'm sure probably half of them do. But yeah, he makes a point of kind of perpetuating it in the social media. He's a particular kind of dude that does a particular kind of thing. And I just, as you do an analysis of everything that's happening here from a broader black male, whatever, like I said, I have no problem with him going after the ex-wife if she's slandering, rivaling him. I have no problem with that to protect his money and his future and whatever. But all the other stuff, I mean, you won the case. Now you got to style on it and dance on your son's grave as you're doing it. I just don't view them to be particularly manly things to do.
And I want to be clear. Go ahead, girl, if you
No,
want to finish.
no. If you got something
Okay.
super quick to say, go ahead. Be
I
super
do.
quick.
I do.
Okay.
Firstly, I mentioned black men specifically in the archetype because it's Tasha K and Jaguar, and I haven't heard them talk about anything but black men, and it was related directly to hit pieceism. So, number two, also wanted to make very clear, I agree with Uru as far as looking at the actual action in isolation that looked like some bullshit. But again, we don't know everything. We know how this is going to play out. And so I said I'm taking a step back and observing how this plays out because we know how this is going to be taken in the media again. It's going to be used as illustration number 9,999 to generally miss the very micro point Uru was bringing up and extract it to the macro point of you can't trust black men. Here they go with other women. This is why this happened. And we're boiling back down to who he had his kids with and all the scenarios I tried to say in my opening statement about women being force multipliers or force dividers. And oftentimes you don't necessarily know that in the beginning. I think he found out. But it's Uru, to the point about his other daughter, I'm going to definitely look into that because that's interesting, especially if he's on this girl dad
I got
thing.
something on that too. I didn't finish.
He did.
I'm
He
gonna
did
talk
it.
about it.
But let me say something real quick. Then I'm gonna get perfect in. Then I'm gonna give it back to Rael, like I said I was gonna do. We stretching a little long, y'all. But I'm gonna let this rock for a little bit longer. Now I'm gonna say, if you're watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel. If you like the realest stuff out here, this where you're gonna get it. You got the best show on social media right here. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, and y'all hit the like button if you ain't already did it. And I'm gonna say I'm a little bit offended because Watermelon Coon, but I mean, when a man's name Watermelon Coon, I understand why you're gonna say some coon stuff, because he did say, black men, and we're gonna protect. Not on my show. Now, on my show, we're gonna keep it real. And part of keeping it real is I understand the man has a son who recently died. I understand this man is angry right now. I understand people are tripping because he moved on to somebody else and she's not even black. I understand people is coming at him for a lot of different reasons. But at the end of the day, when you have the money to help your dying son, and you offer the money to help your dying son, and it's rejected There is no telling what you will do in a situation like this. I am not saying it was cool for him to do that, but the man lost the son he was trying to help.
Wait. He tried to send money?
He was trying to get that man care, get him moved to a place where he can get specialists and
Yeah.
all type of stuff to
And the wife
possibly
blocked it.
What?
to
You know what?
possibly save his son.
Trying to tell you.
The boy had cancer, so he was a grown man. He had cancer. So at the end of the day, I understand where people come from. I'm not even agreeing with him, quote unquote, dancing on his son's grave. But when I'm a person who literally has the resources to possibly save my son, and this is not implemented because some woman is calling me, telling me don't contact her son again. You know how I am. So that's telling me she already done pulled stuff in the past with this dude.
I don't think that's dancing on his son's grave no more. I think that's actually speaking to the mother on he's dead because of you. That's what that sounds like.
Bingo. That's what I've been saying.
So I'm gonna say, yeah. I can't say it was the right thing to do, but that man lost his son.
No, that's different. That's different.
And well, I'm just saying, people talk about it like that ain't his dead son. His son died too. Okay, that's what I'm saying, y'all. It's a different kind of pain to lose a child, and everybody needs to respect that. I get we got opinions, but man, that's his child, y'all. And his child it's one thing to cut your son off, but it's a whole different thing to have a dead son.
Roger, it seemed like they were saying he wasn't sending money and he died of cancer. That's the presumption that was being presented earlier.
The mother stopped him from supporting the situation to alienate him from his child.
Wow.
So why not say it on his son's birthday?
No, that's different. That's wow.
But hold on, let me get perfect in there, and then let's give it back to Rael. Okay.
I'll go after Rael.
Y'all basically made my point. The only thing I would say is to his character. Obviously the judge disagreed, because if he was like Watermelon Coon has suggested, then he would have lost the case. The whole case was predicated on the fact that he was his character and as a man and as a father, right? Because the book, if these things you guys assume today were true, he would have lost the case. Similar to Drake just lost his case. So the judge disagrees with you in your assumptions. The judge found that it was liable and that he is a man of good character. And that's why he got awarded $8 million not just that he didn't believe her, but he awarded him $8 million. That means intimate things came out during this case that proved to the judge and the judiciary that he is beyond a man of reproach. So the judicial system disagrees with that assumption that he was a bad person. That's all I want. And then players fuck up. If you got a side baby, players fuck up. You know, I got a side baby. You know, I ain't gonna judge him on the side baby. But that I just wanted to say, as far as his character, the judge disagreed.
Roger, please. I gotta respond really quick.
I've been sitting here for about 30 minutes trying to get in here. I mean,
Rael gotta go.
Bullshit.
First and foremost, to bring the people up to speed, in the article that I sent, Brian McKnight called Children's Services on his daughter when she was 18, because he had got word that she was having sex with one of her cousins, according to the article. After he made the call, it said he never heard anything from his daughter and that her mother blocked him from all her social media profiles. Now, the problem with this type of argument or this type of debate is the fact that too many black men approach these types of situations from a morality standpoint instead of from a power standpoint. Okay, the family relationship is frayed; it's gone. They're showing openly in their behavior that they have no desire to have any familial relationship with Brian McKnight, including his deceased son at the time. So from that particular perspective, it goes from the family aspect to the power. And what Brian McKnight was showing, that once you take it to the power side, I will go to a tyrant side if you keep pushing me. He didn't start at the tyrant position. He didn't start there. He did not start at the tyrant position. He got pushed into the tyrant response. And let's be clear, when Kobe Bryant, when his funeral came and his mother sat up there with her arms crossed with an attitude at his funeral, many of us were pissed off because we were like, hold on, this man accomplished all these things and you got an attitude with your son? Now let's be clear. His wife is supposed to be his biggest uh, cheerleader. When his children were wondering where he was, his wife should have been saying, "You see all the stuff that you got around here? Yes, your dad got that for you. That's where he's at." That's what she should have been the one instilling in her children who their hero should have been, which should have been him. That's what she should have been doing. She did not do that. That's her job. Okay. Once she decided not to take that approach from a family perspective, because again, his name is all of their names. He gave them, he extended them his name. They don't own his name. He gave it to them through marriage and through siring them as children. If y'all don't like Brian McKnight, go fucking change your name to something else and leave it alone. If you really don't want to have any affiliation with him, don't be out here openly mocking him, attacking him, and then when he respond, try to use the fact of his father's position, which you don't even give him respect for. You don't give him the respect of a father. You talking to this man like he's some nigga off the goddamn street, in which you would still get your ass whooped in the street. But this is the man that sired you, and you don't even give him the respect of a father. But you're saying because he died, so what? The king can excommunicate anybody he wants to from his kingdom. And based on his kingdom, he chose to excommunicate children who decided to take their sorry ass mom's position against him. Once you do that, because for me, I didn't do that with my father. I didn't care what my mom had to say about my father. At the end of the day, I was on Pop's side all the way through, period and point blank. And he didn't have to be perfect because my mom was not even fucking close to being perfect. And I still gave her respect too. But I recognized even as a young boy that what they had going on between them two was between them two. And as adults, that's what they should recognize. That you should not be brought in the middle of your mom's BS writing a book, because he didn't go out there and write no book about her. He didn't expose her for anything like that. When she started that, when she came with that type of attack, then he responded in kind. And I'm gonna end it with this. Obsidian said this a long time ago. Shout out to him. He said, do not allow people to use your moral compass, your moral code. Do not let them use that against you to abuse you, because they'll do that all the time because they know you won't strike. It's kind of like with Batman and the Joker. The Joker knows that Batman will never kill him. That's why he constantly taunts him. But Batman does have the power to take him out. It's just that his moral compass, his code won't allow him to. But this dude said, I'm not going to take that from y'all because I've taken so much already. That's the reason why I left in the first place, because I took so much and I got tired of taking. Y'all want to give me some bullshit? I'm going to give y'all some BS. And if that's what it takes to get their attention, then so be it. Because at the end of the day, it was his kingdom. It wasn't theirs.
And let me highlight this part here. His literal words. His literal words were.
I'm sorry. I'm next.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead.
So I'm hearing what you guys are saying, and I'm a little bit in disbelief. First and foremost, I mean, look, we don't have an issue with attacking his ex-wife. Second of all, if his son is an adult, how in the world can she prevent Brian McKnight from giving financial help to get better treatment for his adult son cancer. That doesn't register to me. Like, how can a woman stop that? It could be between him and the son who's an adult. If my understanding is correct, because he was an adult with cancer that recently died, according to Black Guru, in May.
Because he can refuse it. Because he
Clearly, you never.
And if he
Clearly,
refuses,
you never been married to a black
but
woman.
no.
Clearly.
But if I don't need her to go to the hospital and say, hey, I'm going to fund his treatment, right? And the hospital doesn't need her consent.
I can answer this when you're done. I got the info right here.
Yeah, she has power of attorney.
Oh, God,
Thank
hold
you.
on. I did not interrupt anyone. So the point is, now if he refuses it, then he refuses it, and if she's in his ear to refuse it, okay, that's another thing. But at the end of the day, that was his decision, right? To listen to his mother, right? And I'm not even saying don't blame her. I'm not even saying don't blame her for that. But at the end of the day, brothers, all I'm saying is this. I understand we're black male media. I understand that. But we need to make sure that we're not coming off zealots, and men have the right of way all the time, no matter what. This is one area where I would say we're out of bounds.
When you're done, cause I gotta respond to this. I gotta respond. I'm looking at the info right here. Firstly, number one, his statement.
This is why I interrupt people, because they interrupt me. All right. So I don't want to hear nothing about the goddamn one mic from me no more. I don't want to hear that no more. Because
you talked a lot today. What are you talking about?
What do you mean? I talked a lot today. I talked a lot today, but I came on at 2 hours and 54 minutes. You guys been longer than me. So what are you talking about?
I'm saying you had your chance to speak, and nobody.
That's actually untrue. But when you talk, I mute. But hey, I won't do that no more. That's no problem.
Well, Nameless thought you were finished.
I thought you were done. I'll take accountability for that. That was me. That was me. If there's a strike system, I'll take it.
Out of pocket again. Out of pocket.
He said he thought you were finished. He thought you was finished.
It's okay.
So why are you flipping out then?
I'm just letting you know.
Don't take it out on.
But he wasn't being rude to you. He didn't.
I wasn't trying. It's all good. It's on me. It's on me.
Always saying is don't take it out on Nameless, but you have been responding to Guru even when we couldn't hear it.
Right.
That's it.
So all I'm saying is that, right, we should have decorum, treat people like you want to be treated. And the last thing I'm going to say is this. You met that Asian woman at a Diddy party, and she probably put all this shit in his head while eating that ass grease. Now my plane is late.
Oh, boy,
now I want to say something. Number one, that boy didn't even have insurance. I'm going to say this again. He didn't even have insurance.
Go ahead, boss.
The fact that he was trying immediately when Brian McKnight found that out, that's what started his attempt to make help. Now, I want you guys to understand something. She started writing her book in 2023, somewhere around there. And he got the diagnosis not long after that. What do you think she was grabbing evidence for while she was writing this book? I mean, again, like, I get it. This man came out here, and not only did he try to get her insurance, he found doctors that were proper oncologists, some of the best in the freaking world, to help do that, because he couldn't get access to specialists. And you know, if you're on that free healthcare nonsense or that mandatory healthcare nonsense, they hate trying to refer you to anything other than a freaking pediatric. He tried to give, because they were having problems getting beds to actually take care of his treatment, he opened up his house so he could get treated at his house. And she openly blocked and openly condemned that. And the son co-signed on it. And we already know how that looks like because we saw the same nonsense with Curtis Jackson. His public statement in this, Brian McKnight said, quote, May God have mercy on your soul for not allowing him to accept that help. End quote.
But your mama black.
That's all I'm saying, fam. Like this, we got an interest motive, her book. We've got public statements on him trying, number 2. And we've got an already established pattern of the baby mom mad at the freaking ex-husband like he's some piece of property because she want to prove a point and make a certain narrative point on her book.
Now watch
That's
they don't
what I'm
condemn
saying.
him. Watch they don't condemn him.
I'm not, bro.
Watch you don't
I
condemn
think
Brian
that is
McKnight.
totally
I mean,
wrong,
his
and I'm
mom.
in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you on that. I'm not condoning that behavior in any way, shape, or form. That is horrendous.
I don't think you are. And I'm cutting you off just for clarification. I'm saying the whole reason why we started going on this pathway was because he made that statement on that son's birthday. I think Brian McKnight was making a statement about he'd be alive now if you let me help. And so the message wasn't, I'm dancing on his grave. It's, look what you did. And then it's the power piece of, look what I accomplished, even though you tried so hard not to.
I think that's a little bit of a reach.
No, it's the black woman's fault.
See how you give her
It's
mercy and
always
you don't
her
give
fault.
him mercy though?
I'm not giving her mercy.
Yes, you are. Yes, you
Yes,
are.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
No,
you
I'm
are.
Can
not.
you just say it
No, I'm
one
not.
time? It's the black
Yes, you
woman's
are.
fault. Can you just say?
No, it's
nigga-
1,000% her fault that her son.
Where
well,
is all the
it's like-
vitriol
it's
that
like-
you had for
it's
Brian
like-
McKnight?
It's 60% her fault because the dude.
6'7".
60%, man.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here, man.
Because
Yeah.
he's an adult.
Get out of here, dog.
He is an adult, bro. He's
That
an
nigga
adult.
got better defense for Keisha than the Baltimore Ravens with Ray Lewis, nigga.
No,
This
he
shit
can
is
say I want to
ridiculous.
live and
Come
say
on,
I'm not
dog.
going to listen to you, mom. I'm going to accept my dad's help.
Man, shout out to 50 Cent. That's all I'm going to say.
Salute
Right,
50
so-
Cent. Salute him.
Right. So I mean, it's not. He's still an adult at the end of the day. He made the decision to listen to his mother. Can
Shout
we
out
agree
to
to
Brian
that?
McKnight. Shout out to Brian McKnight for doing the triple dipper on him. For doing the slam.
Was he not an adult when Brian McKnight had an apartment for him and his brother and said, look, get your shit together. I'm going to pay for this apartment for 2 years and get your shit together. When his new wife tried to offer them jobs at the hospital that she worked at, and let's be clear, they didn't even have the proper character to even be brought into the healthcare field like that. You know what I'm saying? And she was willing to put her reputation over people who wasn't even her flesh and blood, who broke into her house with her new husband and put his mother's wedding photos with Brian McKnight on the mantelpiece, and she still was willing to extend them grace and mercy. And after all of that, your vitriol is toward Brian McKnight, not the mother.
No. See, that's where the bullshit
Here we
is
go.
coming in.
Here we go.
I
Here
never
we go.
said the mother's not at fault. Not one time.
You ain't never said she was.
Yes, I did. I just said it. I just said it.
Dude, you've been putting everything on Brian McKnight, dog. Everything.
Matter of fact, the son dying is not Brian McKnight's fault. There you go. Number 2, the son dying is 60% her fault, 40% the son's fault. There you go. It is her fault. She played a critical role in the death of their son.
Agreed.
I don't have a problem with that. The problem I'm saying is that because you're smoking a cigar, saying I won, right? Instead of saying, "Ho, he's dead because of you." So no, I don't think he was saying because of you our son would be alive now.
I think
our son is dead now.
I think it was more litigious than that. The statement. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, well, I was gonna say, man, I think what we're having an issue with here, and this is not just us up here, just black men in general who have a problem with what Brian McKnight has done. This dude was a super simp when we was growing up. They want him to remain a fucking super simp. He done went from super simp to passport bro, the full red pill rage in this motherfucker. And everybody's having a problem with the evolution of this man. This man said, I ain't taking this no more.
I'm not a victim anymore. I am the one now on the attack. And he said, because we don't know how many other lawsuits. This is how this works with Jasmine Wright, who's broke and homeless, and Tasha K, who owes $15 million. We don't. He addressed the legality. All of you others with these other lawsuits, just know my lawyers are prepared. The statement didn't have nothing even to do about a lot of the stuff we discussed today. It was about where we are in this current climate and how lawyers are going after wealthy black men, right?
And let me highlight your point, because at the end of that video, right, when he was making a statement, smoking a cigar, y'all may not have seen it, but the full version of that video has the mom on the phone on the voicemail screaming at him to not try to contact his son. And she extended that to the wife. That's why he linked that.
I only saw the clip, so I don't know if that is true or not.
I think it was played on Tasha K's version. Tasha K's version, I think, played the full thing.
Back and look at that.
Yeah,
but
I think
I'm
it's the
gonna
last
look at
video he
another
put.
day, but not today because I'm going to keep my position. And second point is that nobody is upset with the evolution of Brian McKnight. I just think that we just need to have rules and regulations, man. That's all I'm saying, man. Just because you're a man doesn't give you free reign for every fucking thing. There needs to be civil. There needs to be civility.
Black
and
men
rules
need
of
to be
law.
civil, and black men need rules.
I'm just saying.
It never fails, bro. It never
I'm
fails,
just saying
bro. This is
community
why the
in
younger
general. That's
generation
it.
of people don't listen to
Community in general.
boomers and
I'm
Gen
just saying
X, dog.
community in
This is the
general.
reason, man. This is the reason, man.
Society.
This is the reason.
Well, look,
This is the reason.
this gonna be my final statement before Bible study. Bro, we have rules here at the Roger Report Live. The men make the community. All right. He divorced this woman. She's no longer part of the community. We ain't defending her.
Nobody's defending her.
You've been defending her all damn day. You've been defending her all day, nigga.
Perfect
We
timing.
ain't defending her. This man went and got married. This man went and got married. He has some more kids. He named his kids the same as the old kids. They are part of the community now. We riding with Brian McKnight because he is the community, bro.
Perfect timing.
Them the rules.
As fair and balanced. Nameless, I view you as fair and balanced. Have I defended this woman today?
I'm gonna be fair and say it's not what you're saying to defend her. It's the open implication that she didn't have coverage.
Just yes or
That's
no.
how people are taking it. They're gonna take it as yes.
I don't care how they take it.
Yes. Outwardly, you look like you defending her by not acknowledging the why he would do that, or at least leaving it ambiguous.
How can I defend her when I accused her of saying she's at fault for her dead son?
Right, because we're talking about a liability percentage, right? So there's still.
I'm back, and Black rules back. Lord have mercy.
Okay, let me just
Lord
go ahead,
have
fam.
mercy.
Go ahead.
Some of the stuff.
So my point. So perfect timing because Nameless ain't fair. Perfect timing.
I'm out here trying to bat for you, dog.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
I'm leaving something open.
Now it's open.
Okay, that's different than blocking the ball. Like I'm saying, there was space you needed to cover.
Perfect timing. What say you?
No, you did not defend her. But
thank you.
I want to know how do you get to the shitty father? Now, I think that's the issue.
That's the point we had.
Yeah,
I disagree. You defended her, dog.
Okay, so that's good enough. We can move on now.
Well, I want to say, look, at my platform, we gonna tell the truth. I do not like false narratives. I've expressed that many times over the years. If Brian was in the wrong, Brian is in the wrong. What I'm saying is, based on what I looked into, based on what I researched, you know what I'm saying, based on what I came up with, and I only go with publicly released information. I don't dig in people's backgrounds and all that type of stuff. I don't do that type of stuff. But based what's been put out there toward the public, the stuff I watched Brian McKnight say out of his own mouth, not secondary, you know what I'm saying, information. I saw what the man said out of his own mouth. Okay, at the end, and what I've seen him over the years. I've seen him over the years doing what he could to be a good father to his children. Now, why his children don't see him as a good father, I have to question because I saw the man making moves to be a good father. Now, if he did something to the mother, all that's beside the point because that's not the relationship with the children. Maybe he wasn't all that great with the mother, and maybe that's why they divorced. I don't know why they divorced. I don't actually care why they divorced. They are divorced, and it happened a long time ago. It is not his job to keep this woman at any certain level now that they're divorced. This is not a land where women don't work. If you want to be a stay-at-home wife, you have to be married. She ain't married. Her welfare is not his concern. And when a woman wants to block you from helping your dying son, that says a lot about you. Now, I get what you're saying about, well, this it's about character, say something about him. Well, it also say something about a woman that tries to block aid for a dying child. That's his dying son. Now, I'm not even a father myself, and I don't even like the idea. I get mad at the idea of someone trying to block you from helping your dying son. That's ridiculous to me. That's not human empathy at all. Why would I get in the way of anybody trying to help their dying son? If it ain't finna kill me, why would I stop you? It makes no sense to me. So, no, I'm not taking Brian McKnight's side because he's some man. No, I'm looking at what makes sense. And according to what makes sense, this situation is a bunch of leeches trying to leech off Brian McKnight, and they're trying to make money off the fact that Brian McKnight is rich and famous, and they're not. That's what this comes down to.
How did the mother block him from seeing to his son?
Nameless, cue that up, please.
Power of attorney.
So we
she
got.
had,
I'll put a link in the
power of
chat.
attorney?
Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Because you've got, and I'll go get that process down later. So she was acting as his attorney, power of attorney, because after you get to a certain point, you can designate people to decide how you can get your health care taken care of.
Yeah, medical power of attorney.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Right,
what he was
right.
trying to do is, from what I understand, he didn't know his son had no freaking insurance. And like how that happens is boggling my mind. It's a lot. I got a lot of questions on that. But as he tried to present offer after offer and make it more and more convenient, she was in the middle of trying to sell her book, which was painting a specific narrative about their relationship. And I think she was, from what I'm saying, from what it looks like, she's trying to create more of a validation for her book to continue selling, which in turn meant that they had to continually bash this dude and make him look crazy. Even though the son, he could have said yes, but he seemed to have chosen not to. At that point, that's on them. So you got to take a look at how McKnight is looking at this going, okay, we had our issues. You wrote a whole book on me. I ain't say nothing. And now son's in the hospital and you want to play this game with me with not letting me provide like I want to because he's 18, because he's over 18 and he don't have no kind of power of attorney or nothing to no stake to make that happen because he's an adult. He's stuck. He now has to sit there and watch his son die over something he could at least attempt to help make better. He couldn't even get a specialist. And he even offered his own house so they could do the procedure and give the treatment. He got in contact with some of the best paid oncologists. So they PD, what was it?
Oncologist.
No, you're right. Oncologist. Yeah, oncologist, cancer.
Yeah, so, I wanted all of that in there so that we could take a look at the entire picture, because that whole reaction of him doing that on his birthday, on one end, you could flip it and go, he being petty. But on the other reason, not only is he being petty, he's being petty to prove a point to show that he'd still be alive if you had gotten out the way. And then immediately after that, he links the voicemail that showed her screaming at him and his wife to stop trying to send money and contact them. That's the part that really emphasized the point. That's why he was talking about that whole situation with Evil. That's what I was highlighting here. That's what I wanted to be brought to the forefront.
And I got two.
Well, thank you. I mean, thank you for doing that, Nameless, because I mean that definitely, pays to ask questions, and obviously Nameless is always very thorough in his explanation of things. So that definitely paints a very different picture for me about what went wrong there. Just based on what you're presenting, that it does appear to be all of the, or mostly, almost entirely, the mother's fault. Now, what we don't know is the interactions back and forth, and how things escalate to a point where people just say, "Well, fuck it, I don't want anything to do with you, or I don't want anything from you." That could be the result of um, a series of unfortunate arguments and disagreements and et cetera, whatever. But just based on that information, it does appear that to some degree, Knight's actions or some of his responses are somewhat justified.
And
Somewhat.
just to
Now,
interject,
what happened?
too. Oh, I thought you was finished. My bad.
Well, you know, that's the thing when someone's dying, particularly of cancer. There's a lot of stuff gets eaten away at, and a lot of disappointments about where you are in your relationship with each other and or not your relationship, because you kind of watch the person wither before you, and
Hmm.
any hopes of resolving whatever might have existed between you kind of go with that. So not only does the person die, but the all of sort of connected, and all the issues and all the potential of resolving those issues kind of die as well.
Well, let me say this: my mother died of colon cancer. Okay, so I've experienced somebody dying of cancer before, and um, one of the things that I learned too in that, death is one of those things that is used very nefariously in terms of family members against black men. A lot of black men are misused in the death process. Many black men get used for money. People take advantage of black men when people die. People be holding money back, acting like they ain't got no money to help with the funeral costs. Black men pay all this money only to find out later that it was a life insurance policy. They ain't even have to foot no money. It's a whole bunch of stuff that goes on. And even in my experience, with my mom passing away, like, even though she was dying of cancer, that bitch side of her still was there though. It was there. It wasn't because she was not in her right frame of mind and nothing like that. Nah, it was there. And so when you sit there as a mother who gave birth, who birthed this young man who unfortunately lost his life, you you are so spiteful towards his father, like you're going to get him to participate in his own demise to hurt his father. And I'm in total agreement with Brian McKnight on not holding that energy. That is not for him to hold. That is not healthy for him. That's not healthy for his new wife. That's not healthy for his new set of children. If y'all are that petty and evil to actually spite me offering, because remember, Naylor said they didn't have. First of all, if his mother is if she's basically the caretaker of him, why don't she got insurance for him? Why didn't she have any insurance for him? So for me, if y'all are that
Answer
petty,
that.
if y'all are that petty to 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 basically hasten his death and his demise to hurt me, that is a special kind of evil. And as far as I'm concerned, like, he is not in a position to where he should be the one holding that. And quite frankly, man, like, I just think that a lot of times, man, in these types of situations, black men, because me and my lady right now, we're kind of dealing with this because her mother, she's going through some things health wise, and it was recommended her that she get treatment, but she didn't want to get the treatment. She wanted basically to pull the plug. And I told my, I'm like, don't do that, because I know what your mother is trying to do. She's trying to get you to hold that like you're the one pulling the plug, and now you're going to spend the rest of your life holding that goddamn guilt When the doctor is saying, even the doctor, even the white doctor is saying, I would advise against you doing that for psychological reasons. Like, we got a plan. Now, if the plan doesn't work, the plan doesn't work. But even the doctor was saying, I don't even, because he's been her mom's doctor for years. He don't even want her to even hold that kind of energy because she's been dealing with her mom being sick since she was young. And so, because she's been dealing with that, and the truth of the matter is, like, when her mom thought she was going to pass when she was young, her mom let out a lot of secrets about how she was messed up and how she made a lot of bad decisions and she was wrong. And then because she thought she was about to exit, she was going to try to dump it all on her to hold. It just so happened she didn't die. And then she acted like she never said any of those things when she thought she was on her deathbed. So this is her trying to make him hold something of that particular nature that he is not supposed to hold. If you want to make the choice to die to spite your daddy, man, that's some silly ass shit as far as I'm concerned. And ain't nothing Brian McKnight need to hold from that at all.
All right, now I'm gonna interject because my thing is the woman was definitely being spiteful if these things that have been quote unquote alleged are true. Now, when it comes down to it, again, y'all, that's his dead son. It's one thing to cut a kid off. It's another thing to have your son life lost. So it's totally different things. And now I don't know if the mother was the power of attorney. What I'm going to say from a common sense perspective, if you don't F with your dad and you sick, who's going to be your power of attorney but your mother? So it makes sense that she probably was the power of attorney.
Let me
She
add
was
a
at least
correction.
making
Let me add a correction. Which makes this even crazier. It wasn't the mother that was the power of attorney, it was his wife, apparently. And the wife was the one that reached out first because Brian McKnight figured out they didn't have nothing to cover it. That's when the mom comes in and starts interjecting, which makes this even worse.
Wait a minute. Are you saying Brian McKnight's wife had power of attorney?
No, the son that died, Nico.
Nico
His
had a
wife.
wife. Are you saying Nico had a wife that had power of attorney?
That's what it looks like.
Well, okay.
So it's the
No,
wife.
the wife. But hold on. The wife is the wife. She wouldn't even need to have that just by virtue of being his wife.
Yeah, being
But
wife, yeah.
see,
right.
I'm trying to visualize the scenario in which my son is dying. I have all these resources to save him, and I don't just appear at the hospital or the clinic or the oncology or whatever and look, whatever he needs, I'll write a check. I mean,
Well,
again, I'm trying to visualize because
They
these
did
guys
that.
are
They kept
not
turning it down.
talking.
I'm saying they kept turning it down.
I'm just
hold
saying.
on.
I'm just saying.
Let me say what Brian McKnight said about it. Okay? Because I seen what he said about it. When he found out what was going on, he reached out. The voicemail was about the fact that he did reach out and tried to help, and she told him to leave them alone. You know how I get down. I will come after you if you keep bothering him. Do not call Nico again, and do not call me. And tell your wife the same thing. If she listening, you don't call either. So she said point blank period.
No,
Stay out of it.
I get that. I get that, and that's well and good, and that does not reflect very well of her. But it's my son. I'm just gonna go and try to help him. Fuck her. I mean, I'm not scared of her. So I mean, if he is clearly dying and he don't have insurance, which is kind of wacky and whatever, and says something about I guess the condition of his life prior to that point. Um, I'm not if he's married, then the mother has no standing at all. From a legal standpoint, if he's married, so I just go. I'm just if we're gonna talk about this again, we're talking about family business, and that's why I have a problem with talking about this because I know how families work, particularly in these situations. By the way, Rael, my mother died of colon cancer too, so I know
Rest in
exactly
peace
how
to
that
her.
looks up close and personal.
Oh yeah, rest in peace to
Rest in
her.
peace to your mother as well. So
Appreciate it.
I know up close and personal what that experience is, especially if there's siblings involved. There is
You there, Uru?
Okay, that was him, not me. Yeah, now I'm gonna say this, y'all. I don't know that Nico had a wife.
and how
Oh,
Hold
go
on.
ahead.
You went
Go
out,
ahead, baby.
Uru.
You went out for
Say
about
what you said
20
again.
seconds.
Yeah, say what you
Yeah,
said
Roger
again.
cut you off.
well, I'm just saying. I'm just saying because I know how in these scenarios how very confused and angry and hurt and contentious things can get between people when
Hmm.
somebody's dying, and especially if it's. I mean, I can't even imagine a child. I won't even pretend to be able to go there with it because even talking about it kind of makes me upset. I just I really hate how public they've made this. And let me say this. Let me say this. You know, Kevin Hart has some very his ex-wife was popping off on some shit too. We never ever heard Kevin speak about that publicly. We didn't see any tweets. We didn't see any social media. However he manages that, he's been very private about that. A lot of men are in the situations that they're in with ex-wives, particularly men, and then things go awry with the children. James Brown left a big ass mess when he died. I don't think it's been resolved even to this day. So that's a very common thing. But I just think as a man, I'm not going in the public media. I'm not going in the social media the way Brian is. I'm not saying this girl has made me some other man's daughter has made me a girl dad and I got a whole biological daughter somewhere else. I'm not doing that kind of shit. And I think that represents something about him in particular that for all his good things and great things he's done, I just think he's a little bit too bitch made in how he's presented himself public, frankly.
Damn, damn.
Well,
Well,
I'm gonna say
I
this because
disagree with that.
you know what I'm saying. I don't like the way Brian has made certain moves. I'm just trying to be understanding to a guy who has recently lost a child.
Hmm.
The daughter that quote unquote actually made him a girl dad ended up suing him. And he ended up paying $318,000 just to settle it, where he admitted no wrong or whatever case is, just to make it go away. So I can understand him looking at her and say, you know what, that didn't truly make me a girl dad. I'm wrong.
And
That she
Roger,
didn't make me a
Roger,
girl dad.
one thing, the financial, they have tried to put this man, they have tried to mess this man's business up. They have been canceling his they've been protesting and canceling his concerts. So there has been a money situation going on too. That's what everybody's not feeling. They are trying to destroy him financially. They've been
Yeah.
canceling concerts.
Yeah, but
If you if you if
he
you if
had
you
a
make if you
whole
make me out to be
18
an
he had
enemy,
a whole 18 years to make that girl be a girl dad. He had 18 years before that. Now, I'm not saying it's all his fault because I don't know. Again, private family business is none of my business. We don't really even have any business talking about it. But it's just a lot of years and a lot of stuff in between we don't know nothing about. And then we're hearing him, or publish this stuff in tweets and shit. And yeah, he won the court case, and I'm sure legally he was in good standing to do that. But I just don't. It's just some messy shit in between. We don't know. It's not our business, and for that reason, I'm cautious about just applauding everything he's doing.
well,
What
I
I'm
said that
saying is
earlier. Hold on, hold
what
on.
I'm saying
I said that
is
earlier.
that because you know he's basically had a forced hand to protect his own reputation. Because let's
Thank
keep in
you.
mind, this man still need to make money. He ain't dead. He's still alive, which means he got to take care of himself. He has a new wife to take care of. He has stepchildren to take care of, plus his own new children to take care of. And God willing, he'll probably have some more kids at this particular point because he just had a kid. From what I can tell, you know what I'm saying. So he might have some more kids with her. At the end of the day, his first family went through a lot of stuff to make him respond. So I cannot get mad at him finally responding because he been keeping stuff quiet for decades at this point. And you know what I'm saying? Let's not forget that. How much is a man supposed to just take on the chin? And
Right.
we saw him trying to be a good father through the years. The man ended up with a record company trying to promote his sons. And like I said earlier, when they asked him, can his sons actually sing? He didn't say not as good as me. He said better than me, like you'd expect a dad to do. So he done tried to give his sons the game. He done tried to put his sons on. And let's be real about it. They ain't on.
Nope.
They're grown men. Now, how did he end up with no insurance? Well, if my memory's correct, when kids hit 26 years old, regardless of what's going on, that's the last year you're going to be on your parents' insurance, no matter what. So you got to go get your own at that point. His son should have had some form of employment or had his own business where he could provide himself insurance, and obviously he did not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
The man
not
was
Jermaine's
32 years
fault.
old.
It's not Jermaine's fault.
So
to
I
be
want to say
fair,
this too. Oh, go ahead.
go ahead.
Who?
No, well, to
So
be fair about what you were saying, Nameless, because you were like shocked, like I don't know how he didn't have any insurance. It's simple. The nigga ain't had no job.
Exactly.
So
Exactly. You that old, you past 26, and you still ain't got no job because your daddy is Brian McKnight 9 times out of 10. That's what your thinking was. My daddy, Brian McKnight, I ain't got to get no job.
Right.
Well, you ain't sell no records either, though.
That's
yeah,
what I'm
he
saying.
was on
See,
tour. So he recorded music with his dad at one point, to my understanding. So there's a lot to unpack, and like Uru said earlier,
Let me just
yes,
say
this is
real quick.
because I don't want to lose my point. So go ahead and say that. I want to get
I
back
was
to the
going to
point.
say, if you ain't going to work for your dad, you going to have to work for somebody else. If you ain't
right.
going to do neither, you're going to end up with no insurance. Go
I
ahead.
think whatever that situation was that had a lot more fallout. I think he tried a lot more than what's being publicized, and I think a lot of that suit he just got through has a lot to do with creative liberties she took on their relationship. And I will say that, and I meant that when I said it earlier, people have done far more extreme things for less. And I'm not sure any one of us knows what it's like to lose millions. And we've seen people just over child support issues on that kid not being theirs. People get deleted and then self-deleted afterwards. It's
Yep.
why I keep saying we gotta look at what he downgraded from to present the action that he's at. Because I think the ultimate form of bitch assery is not accepting help when you need it the most, just so
Yep.
you can prove a point. From what we're seeing from the outside in, there's a lot of that being presented there. And I know two wrongs don't make a right. But again, we had no business knowing about it. But now that we see this, it is difficult to justify a scenario that can be cognitively recognized as making sense when you got someone trying to help and being told no off of a higher principle, and you got a whole book of talking smack about somebody on things that we had no business knowing, and you take it to the person that has a reputation for putting people front and center for doing that. Shout out to Tasha K. Shout out to
Hold
Jaguar.
on. But
Okay,
and
now,
then on top of that, on the,
That,
especially from the
yeah,
enemy standpoint.
hold
Go ahead.
fast. Unfortunately, this finna be the last word because my phone about to die. Y'all, this is the thing. Brian McKnight said, hey, we got one of these facilities. I forget what he called it, but y'all know there are places that they deal with specialties. Brian McKnight lived somewhat close to one. He said, have Nico come over here. Heck, you can even come over here with him. I will pay for it. You can just focus on care with him. He wasn't even trying to quote unquote interfere. He was just trying to get him over there to get some help. The help was refused. I don't know what more he could do in his situation. Hence the title, What More Do You Want From Me? He didn't try to put his kids on. One of them ended up suing him. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody put no records out.
And we lost it.
Two wrongs don't make a right usually is applied to black men when they respond with fire after getting fired on first. That's typically what
I agree.
happens. That's
I
two
agree.
wrongs don't make a right is how they, because again, man, this they make it a moral issue and they're being immoral themselves.
Yes.
He's the only one that actually acknowledged shortcomings. I haven't seen the mom acknowledge shit. I didn't see any of that. He
Yeah.
acknowledged When I read what he talked about, he was like, maybe I gave them too much, because that is a thing from people when they come from humble beginnings and they get a lot. When it comes to their children, they don't. And he said, I didn't want them to experience what I experienced. I wanted them to have what I didn't have. That's a common response. You know what I'm saying? So, but he acknowledged that could have been a problem. That didn't mean he still wasn't willing to help them. He said, okay, I'm gonna give you some boundaries. I'm gonna give you some more strict boundaries. Here's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Now, let's be clear. When he was on the road and making money and stuff like that, the primary caregiver was the mother. The mother was supposed to be teaching them the right, the right rules, because based on men setting up the rules of the culture, the mothers are supposed to teach the children the rules of the culture. And one of the most important rules of the culture is to respect your goddamn daddy, especially when he's providing for you. And if he's
Well, that's what.
providing for you, I mean, damn, like what else? What is you looking for, especially in those early years? He put him
Roger
on to he
Roger's
put him on to.
phone died, I think. So he's
Oh yeah,
probably gonna end
Yeah.
it when he comes back.
right. He put
Yeah.
him on, like Nameless said. He was touring with him. He was making music with him. I mean, at what else is he supposed to do? He put you on, like, damn, like what else is he supposed to do? At a certain point, you gotta, man, grab your own nuts and get your shit on point and get away from your mama, which is one of the main reasons why I say one of the biggest problems in Black America is there are too many Black men who spend too much time around the females of their families, their moms, their grandmothers, their aunts. They're constantly in their orbit, and they haven't really been in the real world around men to understand what men's expectation of them are. So now they hit the real world, and now they got to deal with your mama can baby you all day long. But when you get to your father in the world that he's in, he's going to say be responsible. He's going to say be accountable. You got to do this, you got to do that. And a lot of Black children, they take offense to that type of shit. They take offense to being held to a certain standard outside of what their mom says that they can do, because a lot of times their moms don't really want them to grow up. They want them to stay childlike, so they'll defend her. They never leave the nest like that, and they just constantly be in defense mode of a female who is not worth defending like that. That's why you left her ass.
Hey, let me say something. I gotta add. Good. Is Roger back? Where's Roger?
Yeah,
No.
this is me.
Yeah, you gotta end the show.
This is
Yeah,
me,
you
y'all.
got to end
My
it.
phone died. I'm on a different one. I'm about to end the show. Unfortunately, Chaos, no disrespect to you, but my phone died. I don't know what to tell y'all. So my thing is, I didn't want to have a messy platform and talk a bunch of gossip, but I tried to make sure we didn't get into that and focus on the things that we can at least consider true based on what came out of people's mouths. So I focus on what Brian McKnight actually said happened, not just rumors and all that type of stuff. And at the end of the day, the man did what he could. You cannot control other people, even if they are your own children. And it just is what it is on that note. Y'all have a good rest. Well, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you haven't been here before. We do this Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Chicago time. 9 a.m. Chicago time. We'll see you next time around. I apologize. I didn't get your opening statement in, but unfortunately, things happen the way they happen. Y'all have a good rest of y'all day. Long live Habitual Line Steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.